What if I told you that every friendship in your life has been shaped by invisible math you never knew existed? From why some strangers become lifelong friends to why your closest relationships suddenly fade, there are hidden patterns controlling it all. Before we begin, comment how many people you would honestly call a true friend. Then like this video and subscribe to Restwise for more videos that reveal the hidden science behind everyday life. Now, let's uncover the invisible math behind human friendships. Why your brain can only maintain so many close friends. Picture the people you would actually call if your life completely fell apart tonight. Not the people who like your posts. Not the people sitting in your contacts list. Not even the people you casually chat with every week. I mean the tiny group you trust without thinking. The ones who know your worst moments and still stay. Now ask yourself something strange. Why is that list so short? You have met hundreds of people, maybe even thousands. You have classmates, coworkers, neighbors, cousins, old friends, online friends, and people you genuinely enjoy. So why do only a handful ever make it into that inner circle? It feels like a personal choice, but what if it is actually something much deeper? What if your brain has been quietly setting the limit all along without you ever realizing it? This gets even stranger when you notice that almost everyone experiences the same thing. Every time someone new becomes important, someone else slowly drifts away. It rarely happens overnight. The messages become less frequent. The calls stop. Birthdays are forgotten. There is no dramatic fight. The connection simply fades. We often blame busy schedules or changing priorities, but those explanations only scratch the surface. Beneath all of that is a mathematical reality that most people never notice. Your friendships are not only shaped by emotions, they are also shaped by limits. Invisible limits that every human brain carries. Think about your own attention for a moment. Every meaningful friendship demands time. It demands emotional energy. It demands memory. You remember birthdays, family stories, inside jokes, painful experiences, dreams, fears, and countless tiny details that make someone feel understood. Every close relationship becomes a massive collection of information stored inside your mind. That information needs constant updating every time life changes. Your brain is performing this calculation all the time, even when you never notice it. Scientists studying human social behavior discovered something fascinating. Our brains appear to have a practical ceiling for the number of close relationships we can actively maintain. This idea became widely known through the work of anthropologist Robin Dunbar, who noticed a connection between brain size and social group size across primates. When the numbers were applied to humans, a surprising pattern appeared. Most people can comfortably maintain around 150 meaningful social relationships, but that number includes everyone from family members to acquaintances. The truly close circle is dramatically smaller. Usually around 5 people hold the deepest emotional space, with another 10 or so forming the next layer of trusted relationships. That sounds almost disappointing at first. We live in a world where social media convinces us that bigger is always better. More followers, more friends, more connections, more networking. We feel guilty when we cannot keep up with everyone. We wonder why we forgot to reply to someone from months ago. We tell ourselves we are failing at friendship. But maybe the failure was never yours. Maybe the expectation itself was impossible. Imagine trying to water one tiny plant every day easy. Now imagine watering 5. Still manageable. Now imagine trying to care for 200 plants with the same amount of water. None of them receive enough. They all slowly weaken. Human relationships work in almost the same way. Attention is a limited resource. Time is limited. Emotional energy is limited. The more people competing for those resources, the thinner each relationship becomes. This also explains something many people secretly worry about. As adults, making new close friends often feels surprisingly difficult. It is not because you suddenly forgot how to connect with people. It is because your existing relationships already occupy most of your available emotional space. Every new deep friendship asks your brain to make room. That room usually comes from somewhere else. Sometimes an old friendship quietly loses strength without anyone intending for it to happen. Think back to school. You probably had one or two friends who felt inseparable. You believed nothing could change that bond. Then life happened. Different cities, different jobs, different responsibilities. You may still care about each other deeply, but maintaining closeness requires constant investment. Without enough shared time and emotional updates, the relationship slowly moves outward from the center of your social circle, not because the love disappeared, but because the mathematics of attention quietly reshaped the connection. This invisible system also protects us in surprising ways. Your closest relationships are often stronger because your brain refuses to spread itself endlessly. Instead of giving tiny pieces of yourself to everyone, it concentrates your emotional investment into a small group capable of supporting you during the hardest moments. That concentrated trust becomes one of the strongest survival tools humans have ever developed. So the next time you look at your small circle and wonder if something is wrong, because it is not larger, remember this: your brain is not failing. It is doing exactly what it evolved to do. It is choosing depth over endless quantity. The invisible math behind friendship has been guiding your social life long before you ever learned to count, quietly reminding you that the strongest human connections are rarely the most numerous. They are simply the ones your mind has enough room to truly keep alive. Fem. The hidden probability of becoming friends with a stranger. Have you ever wondered why one complete stranger ends up becoming one of the most important people in your life, while hundreds of others disappear from your memory forever? It almost feels magical when it happens. One random conversation, one shared laugh, one unexpected meeting. Then somehow, months or years later, you cannot imagine your life without them. But here is the strange part. That friendship probably looked incredibly unlikely at the beginning. In fact, if someone had asked you to predict it beforehand, you almost certainly would have been wrong. Hidden beneath every friendship is a game of probability that your brain is constantly playing without your awareness. Think about how many faces you pass every single week. People at coffee shops, train stations, workplaces, schools, gyms, restaurants, and busy streets. Thousands of tiny opportunities drift past you like passing clouds. Yet almost none of those people ever become your friends. It is easy to believe that friendship is simply about finding the right personality, but that explanation leaves out something surprisingly powerful. Before personality even matters, chance decides whether two people get enough opportunities to know each other. This sounds uncomfortable because we like believing we are completely in control of our relationships. We imagine that we carefully choose our friends based on shared values or common interests. Those things absolutely matter, but they only come into play after something much simpler happens. You have to meet. Then you have to meet again. Then again. The probability of repeated encounters quietly shapes who enters your life long before emotions ever do. Psychologists have observed this pattern for decades. People naturally develop stronger feelings toward individuals they encounter repeatedly, even when those interactions are brief. This is known as the mere exposure effect. Your brain treats familiarity as a signal of safety. Every time you see the same face, your mind becomes slightly more comfortable. What once felt like a stranger slowly begins to feel predictable, and predictable often becomes trustworthy. That is why so many lifelong friendships begin in places people never expected. A classroom, an office, the same apartment building, the same morning bus. None of these places guarantee friendship, but they dramatically increase the odds because they increase repeated exposure. Every encounter adds another tiny piece to an invisible equation running inside your mind. Imagine dropping thousands of tiny seeds across an entire city. Most land on concrete and never grow, but a few happen to land in fertile soil with enough sunlight and enough rain. Friendship works in a surprisingly similar way. Every conversation is a seed. Most never become anything more than polite small talk. A few happen at exactly the right moment between exactly the right people under exactly the right conditions. Timing may be one of the most underestimated parts of friendship. Meet someone during an emotionally difficult period, and you may connect far more deeply than if you had met them a year earlier. Meet someone while learning a new skill, traveling, or facing the same challenge, and your shared experiences create stronger emotional bonds. The same two people could cross paths many times throughout life with completely different outcomes simply because the timing changed. This explains something almost everyone has experienced. You meet someone who seems perfect as a potential friend, yet nothing ever develops. Then you meet someone else who appears completely ordinary, and within weeks you are sharing stories you have never told anyone else. It feels mysterious, but probability helps explain why. Friendship is never built on one impressive conversation. It grows through repeated opportunities where trust has time to accumulate little by little. Your brain is constantly updating invisible calculations. Do I recognize this person? Have they treated me well before? Do we keep ending up in the same places? Do our conversations feel rewarding? Every positive interaction slightly increases the chance of another interaction. Over time, those small increases compound until a stranger no longer feels like a stranger at all. This is also why modern life can make forming friendships unexpectedly difficult. We move cities more often. We change jobs more frequently. We spend hours interacting through screens instead of sharing physical spaces. Many of the environments that naturally created repeated encounters have become weaker. Without realizing it, we have reduced the probability engine that friendships have relied on for thousands of years. The beautiful part is that probability is never destiny. It only changes the odds. A single conversation can still change your entire life. A random introduction can still become a lifelong friendship. But the more opportunities you create to cross paths with the same people, the more you quietly increase the chances that something meaningful will grow. What feels like fate often begins as simple repetition, with mathematics patiently opening the door long before either person realizes a friendship has already started. How tiny daily interactions compound into lifelong friendships. Most people believe friendships are built through unforgettable moments. They imagine deep conversations that last until sunrise, life-changing adventures, or dramatic moments where someone proves their loyalty. Those experiences certainly matter, but they are rarely where friendship actually begins. The strongest relationships are usually built in places so ordinary that we barely notice them while they are happening. A quick smile before class, asking someone how their weekend went, sharing a joke while waiting for the elevator, sitting beside the same person every morning. These moments seem too small to matter, yet they quietly become the foundation of bonds that can last for decades. This is what makes friendship so fascinating. Your brain does not measure relationships only by the size of individual moments. It also pays attention to frequency. Hundreds of tiny positive experiences often outweigh one spectacular memory. That sounds almost unfair because we naturally remember the big events, but your mind is constantly collecting evidence about people through the smallest interactions imaginable. Think about planting a tree. Nobody walks outside the morning after planting a seed and expects to find a giant oak reaching into the sky. Growth is invisible for a long time. Every day the roots spread a little deeper beneath the surface where nobody can see them. Friendship follows the same pattern. Every short conversation, every shared laugh, every moment of kindness becomes another root growing beneath the relationship. Most of the important work happens long before anyone notices how strong the connection has become. Researchers studying human behavior have found that trust develops through repeated positive interactions rather than isolated grand gestures. Every pleasant exchange teaches your brain something valuable. This person makes me feel comfortable. This person usually listens. This person remembers things about me. None of those observations seem dramatic on their own, but together they create a powerful emotional picture that slowly transforms how safe you feel around someone. This process is almost invisible while it is happening. Imagine meeting a coworker on your first day. At first, they are simply another unfamiliar face. A few days later, you exchange greetings. After a week, you begin talking during lunch. A month later, you know each other's hobbies. Eventually, you find yourselves discussing family, fears, ambitions, and personal struggles. Looking back, it feels like friendship happened naturally, but every stage depended on dozens of tiny interactions that quietly stacked on top of one another. Your brain loves consistency because consistency reduces uncertainty. Every time someone behaves in a reliable and positive way, your mind becomes slightly more willing to trust them. If they are kind once, that is pleasant. If they are kind 50 times, your brain begins treating kindness as part of their identity. Trust is not usually built through one extraordinary act. It is built through predictable patterns repeated over time. This explains why some friendships survive enormous challenges, while others disappear after a single misunderstanding. Relationships with thousands of positive memories have a stronger emotional foundation. One disagreement becomes only a tiny part of a much larger picture. But relationships built on only a handful of interactions have very little history to support them. There simply is not enough emotional investment for the brain to protect. Social media often creates the illusion that connection can be maintained with occasional likes or quick reactions. While those interactions have some value, they rarely replace genuine shared experiences. Your brain gives far more weight to conversations, laughter, eye contact, and moments where two people actively experience life together. Real friendships grow through participation, not observation. There is another reason tiny interactions matter so much. They create emotional momentum. Every positive encounter makes the next conversation feel easier. You already know what to expect. The awkwardness shrinks. the comfort grows. Over time, the effort required to maintain the friendship actually decreases because familiarity has taken over. What once required courage eventually feels effortless. This is why losing touch with someone often happens so quietly. It usually does not begin with a fight. It begins with missing one conversation, then another, then another. The tiny interactions that once strengthened the relationship stop accumulating. Without fresh experiences, the emotional momentum slowly fades. The friendship does not necessarily end because people stop caring. It weakens because the daily deposits into the relationship become less frequent. Imagine placing one small coin into a jar every day. On the first day, it seems meaningless. After a week, it still feels insignificant. But after years, the jar becomes surprisingly heavy. Friendships work in exactly the same way. Every smile, every message, every shared meal, every remembered birthday, every simple act of showing up adds another small coin to the emotional account between two people. No single coin creates a lifelong friendship. The collection does. The remarkable truth is that the strongest relationships are rarely built through extraordinary effort. They are built through ordinary moments, repeated with extraordinary consistency. What feels like an unbreakable bond is often nothing more than thousands of tiny interactions quietly compounding over time until two people become such an important part of each other's lives that neither can remember exactly when a stranger became family. Find why mutual friends dramatically increase trust. Imagine meeting two strangers on the very same day. The first person walks into your life with no connection to anyone you know. The second is introduced by one of your closest friends. They have the same personality, the same sense of humor, and they treat you with the same kindness. Yet something feels completely different. Without realizing it, you relax a little more around the second person. You speak more openly. You smile more easily. It almost feels as though they skipped the awkward stage of being a stranger. But why does your mind make that decision so quickly? Most people believe trust is earned only through personal experience. That is true, but it is not the whole story. Your brain is constantly searching for shortcuts because carefully evaluating every new person would take enormous time and energy. Instead, it relies on signals that have helped humans survive for thousands of years. One of the strongest signals is simple. If someone is already trusted by people you trust, they immediately feel less uncertain. Think about what life was like long before modern cities, social media, or even written language. Humans survived by living in small communities where cooperation meant the difference between safety and danger. Welcoming the wrong person into the group could have serious consequences. At the same time, rejecting every outsider would prevent valuable alliances from forming. The brain needed an efficient solution. Mutual relationships became a shortcut for judging risk. Your closest friends unknowingly become filters for your social world. If they laugh with someone, spend time with them, and trust them, your brain quietly treats that information as valuable evidence. It does not guarantee the new person is trustworthy, but it raises the probability that they are safe enough to get to know. Before you have collected your own experiences, your mind temporarily borrows confidence from people whose judgment has already been proven reliable. This process happens so naturally that we almost never notice it. Imagine attending a party where you know only one person. If they introduce you to someone by saying they are an old friend, your entire conversation begins differently. You are more willing to ask questions. You are more likely to listen carefully. Small moments of awkwardness become easier to ignore because the introduction itself has already lowered your sense of uncertainty. Psychologists often describe trust as something that grows through reducing uncertainty. Every relationship begins with unanswered questions. Can I rely on this person? Will they respect me? Do they genuinely care about other people? Mutual friends quietly answer some of those questions before the conversation even starts. They act like living evidence that someone has already passed another person's test of reliability. Think of trust as crossing a river. Meeting a complete stranger is like standing on one side with no bridge in sight. Every conversation adds another wooden plank until eventually you can cross safely. But when mutual friends are involved, several planks have already been placed before you arrive. The river has not disappeared, but the journey feels much shorter. This also explains why friendships often grow inside groups rather than one person at a time. Sports teams, classrooms, neighborhoods, workplaces, and hobby clubs naturally create overlapping circles of relationships. Every new connection benefits from the trust already flowing through the group. Instead of building confidence from nothing, people inherit pieces of trust through shared experiences and familiar faces. There is another fascinating reason this works so well. Mutual friends create accountability. People generally behave better when they know their actions can affect existing relationships. If someone treats you poorly, there is a greater chance that mutual friends will hear about it. Your brain recognizes this possibility, even if only subconsciously. Shared social circles make trustworthy behavior more likely because reputation suddenly matters. Of course, this mental shortcut is not perfect. Sometimes wonderful people know nobody you know. Sometimes someone with dozens of mutual friends still turns out to be dishonest. Your brain is using probability, not certainty. Mutual connections simply increase the odds that someone deserves your attention. They do not replace your own judgment. Over time, your personal experiences become far more important than borrowed trust. This hidden mathematics also explains why expanding your social circle often happens faster than expected once you make a few genuine friends. One trusted relationship introduces another. That person introduces someone else. Suddenly your network grows not through random chance, but through interconnected paths where each existing friendship makes the next one slightly easier to build. When you look back at your closest relationships, you may notice a surprising pattern. Many of them probably did not begin in isolation. They arrived through classmates, cousins, coworkers, teammates, neighbors, or old friends who unknowingly connected two lives that might never have crossed otherwise. What felt like coincidence was often something much more predictable. Trust was already traveling through the network before you ever shook hands. By the time you met, your brain had quietly completed part of the equation, making friendship feel less like a risk and more like the natural next step. The mathematics of first impressions in friendships. Your future best friend can lose their chance in less than a minute. That sounds impossible because we like to believe friendships are built on getting to know someone over time. We tell ourselves that personality always wins in the end. But before personality has a chance to reveal itself, your brain has already started making calculations. They happen so quickly and so quietly that you never notice them. In the first few moments of meeting someone, your mind begins predicting whether this person is worth your time, your attention, and eventually your trust. That idea feels uncomfortable because nobody wants to admit how fast we judge other people. We prefer believing we keep an open mind. Yet think about your own life. Have you ever met someone and instantly felt relaxed around them without knowing why? Or met someone who seemed perfectly polite, yet something made you keep your distance? Those feelings often appear before a real conversation has even started. It almost feels irrational, but your brain believes it is being efficient. The human brain is constantly trying to save energy. If it carefully analyzed every detail about every person it met, everyday life would become exhausting. Instead, it looks for quick patterns, facial expressions, tone of voice, eye contact, body language, the way someone reacts when you speak, whether they seem genuinely interested or simply waiting for their turn to talk. These tiny signals are gathered almost instantly and combined into an early prediction about the person standing in front of you. The surprising part is that this prediction is not meant to be perfect. It is meant to be useful. From an evolutionary perspective, making a quick decision was often better than making a perfect one. Waiting too long to judge whether someone was safe or dangerous could carry serious consequences. Even though modern life is very different, your brain still relies on those ancient shortcuts. Imagine walking into a room filled with 50 strangers. You cannot possibly spend an hour getting to know every person before deciding who to approach. Your mind automatically narrows the field. Some people seem approachable. Others seem distant. Some appear warm. Others appear unpredictable. Without realizing it, your brain has already assigned different probabilities to each potential friendship. Researchers studying social psychology have found that first impressions are strongly influenced by warmth and competence. Warmth answers one simple question: does this person seem friendly and well-intentioned? Competence answers another: do they appear capable and confident? When someone communicates warmth first, your brain becomes more willing to continue the interaction because warmth reduces perceived social risk. Confidence may attract attention, but warmth is often what opens the door to friendship. Think about the people you naturally enjoy being around. Chances are they do something very simple. They smile sincerely. They listen without interrupting. They remember your name. They ask questions because they are curious, not because they feel obligated. None of these actions are dramatic, yet together they send a powerful message to your brain. This person feels emotionally safe. Safety is the hidden currency behind first impressions. Before your brain asks whether someone is interesting, funny, or successful, it quietly asks whether they seem safe enough to invest time in. Every positive signal slightly increases the probability that another conversation will happen. Every uncomfortable signal slightly decreases it. The mathematics is invisible, but the outcome shapes your social life in remarkable ways. This also explains why first impressions can sometimes be misleading. A person who is shy may appear unfriendly simply because they are nervous. Someone who seems overly confident may actually be hiding deep insecurity. Your brain creates an early prediction using very limited information. Sometimes it guesses correctly. Sometimes it does not. That is why meaningful friendships require repeated interactions. Every new conversation gives your mind fresh evidence, allowing the original prediction to become more accurate. Interestingly, once your brain forms an initial impression, it often begins looking for evidence that supports its existing belief. If you decide someone is kind, you are more likely to notice their thoughtful actions. If you assume someone is distant, you may pay greater attention to moments that confirm that expectation. This tendency can quietly strengthen first impressions. even when they were incomplete from the beginning. Fortunately, first impressions are not permanent. They are starting points rather than final decisions. Countless friendships begin awkwardly because one or both people are nervous. Others begin with misunderstandings that slowly disappear as trust grows. Every meaningful interaction gives your brain another opportunity to adjust its calculations and replace assumptions with real experience. The fascinating truth is that friendship does not begin the moment two people become close. It begins much earlier, in those first few seconds when the brain silently estimates possibility. A smile, a shared laugh, a moment of genuine attention, or a simple act of kindness can slightly shift those invisible odds. On their own, they seem insignificant, but together they determine whether two strangers walk away forever or take the first small step toward a friendship that may one day feel impossible to live without. Why some friendships grow exponentially while others fade. Have you ever looked at two friendships that started at exactly the same time, yet years later one person feels like family, while the other has become almost a stranger? At the beginning, both relationships seemed equally promising. You laughed together, spent time together, and imagined both friendships lasting for years. But then something changed. One connection kept getting stronger almost effortlessly, while the other slowly disappeared without a dramatic fight or obvious reason. It feels random when you experience it, but beneath the surface, there is a fascinating pattern. Friendships do not all grow at the same speed. Some compound like an investment that keeps multiplying, while others quietly lose momentum until there is almost nothing left. Most people believe friendship is either present or absent. You are either close friends or you are not. Real life is much more complicated. Every relationship is constantly moving in one of two directions. It is either gaining strength or slowly weakening. There is almost no such thing as a friendship standing completely still, because relationships depend on continuous emotional investment. The mathematics behind this process is surprisingly similar to how growth works in nature. Tiny changes repeated consistently produce enormous differences over time. Think about two people planting identical trees on the same day. One waters the tree every week. The other forgets now and then, skips a few weeks, and assumes one missed watering does not matter. After a year, the difference may seem small. After 10 years, the first tree is tall and healthy while the second struggles to survive. Friendship follows the same invisible rule. Every conversation, every shared experience, every thoughtful message, and every moment of support becomes another drop of water. No single interaction creates a lifelong bond, but together they determine whether the relationship continues to grow. The surprising part is that growth is rarely linear. In the early stages, friendships often feel fragile because trust is still developing. Every positive interaction builds upon the previous one. As trust increases, people become more willing to share personal stories, ask for advice, reveal fears, and spend more time together. Those deeper conversations create even greater trust, which leads to even stronger emotional connection. The relationship begins feeding itself. What started as occasional conversations becomes daily communication. Shared memories multiply faster because people naturally choose to spend more time together. Psychologists sometimes describe this as a positive feedback loop. One good interaction increases the likelihood of another. That second interaction increases comfort even further. Eventually, the friendship reaches a point where maintaining it requires much less effort because both people actively seek opportunities to stay connected. The relationship almost seems to generate its own momentum. Now compare that with a friendship beginning to fade. The process is almost never dramatic. One person becomes busy for a few weeks, messages take longer to answer, plans are postponed, conversations become shorter. Nothing seems serious on its own, but every missed interaction slightly reduces emotional momentum. The next conversation feels a little less natural. More time passes before reaching out again. Eventually, both people begin assuming the other is simply too busy, even though neither intentionally wanted the friendship to weaken. Your brain notices these patterns even when you do not. Relationships that consistently produce rewarding experiences become easier to prioritize. Your mind starts expecting comfort, understanding, and enjoyment whenever you interact with that person. In contrast, friendships filled with uncertainty or long periods of silence gradually move lower on your list of priorities because your brain predicts fewer emotional rewards. Life transitions make this process even more obvious. Moving to a different city, starting a demanding job, getting married, or becoming a parent changes how time is distributed. Some friendships adapt because both people intentionally create new ways to stay connected. Others quietly disappear because neither side replaces the everyday interactions that once kept the relationship alive. It is rarely a lack of affection. More often, it is a lack of consistent reinforcement. This is why lifelong friendships often seem almost effortless from the outside. People assume those relationships survive because the friends are unusually compatible. Compatibility certainly helps, but consistency matters just as much. The strongest friendships are usually built by people who repeatedly show up for each other in ordinary moments. They remember birthdays. They send unexpected messages. They ask how things are going without needing a special occasion. They continue adding small positive experiences long after the excitement of a new friendship has faded. The encouraging part is that this process works in both directions. A friendship that has weakened is not always beyond repair. Sometimes a few genuine conversations, shared experiences, and consistent effort are enough to rebuild the momentum that was lost. Trust grows the same way it always has, one interaction at a time. There is no shortcut, but there is also no mystery. The hidden mathematics of friendship is remarkably simple. Every interaction is either adding to the relationship or allowing it to slowly erode. Over weeks, those changes seem almost invisible. Over years, they become the difference between someone whose name you barely remember and someone you cannot imagine facing life without. The network effect, that quietly shapes your social circle. Look around at the people closest to you, and you might notice something strange. Many of them probably know each other. Your college friend knows your coworker. Your cousin becomes friends with your neighbor. Someone introduces you to another person, who later introduces you to someone else. Before long, your social circle begins looking less like a random collection of people and more like a web where almost everyone is connected somehow. It feels completely natural. Yet very few people stop to ask why this keeps happening. The answer is hidden inside one of the most powerful mathematical patterns in human relationships. Friendships do not grow in isolation. They spread through networks. Most of us imagine that we choose our friends independently, one person at a time. We think every friendship is a separate decision based entirely on personality or shared interests. But your social life behaves more like a living system. Every new friendship changes the probability of future friendships. Every person you know quietly opens doors to people you have never met. Without realizing it, your existing relationships are constantly shaping your future ones. Imagine dropping a single pebble into a still lake. The first splash is small, but the ripples keep expanding far beyond the point where the stone entered the water. Friendship works in much the same way. Meeting one person rarely affects only that one relationship. It creates opportunities to meet siblings, classmates, co-workers, teammates, neighbors, and lifelong friends who were already connected to them. One relationship becomes many possibilities. This explains why some periods of life feel incredibly social while others seem almost impossible for meeting new people. Starting at a new school, joining a sports club, moving into a new workplace, or becoming part of a community creates dozens of overlapping connections at the same time. Every introduction increases the chances of another introduction. Your social network begins expanding almost automatically because each person becomes a bridge leading towards someone else. Researchers who study social networks have discovered that human relationships often cluster together rather than spreading randomly. People naturally form groups where friends of friends become friends themselves. Your brain actually prefers these connected circles because they reduce uncertainty. If several people you already trust welcome someone into the group, your mind becomes far more comfortable opening the door as well. Think about your own experiences. How many close friendships began because somebody simply said you should meet this person? Those introductions often feel casual, but they carry enormous influence. The difficult part of finding someone trustworthy has already been partly completed because the network has done some of the work for you. Trust begins flowing through existing relationships long before you have enough personal experience to build it yourself. There is another fascinating reason networks become so powerful. Shared friendships create shared experiences. The more often the same group gathers, celebrates, solves problems, and supports one another, the stronger every connection inside that network becomes. A single birthday party leads to another gathering. A weekend trip creates inside jokes. Those memories make future invitations more likely. Suddenly the group is producing new friendships faster than any individual could create alone. The opposite is also true. When someone becomes isolated from their network, making new friendships becomes much harder. It is not necessarily because they have changed as a person. They have simply lost many of the natural pathways that introduce people to one another. Without those bridges, every new friendship has to begin from zero, making the process feel slower and far more uncertain. Modern technology creates an interesting illusion. It gives us access to thousands of people, yet many of those connections exist outside genuine social networks. Seeing someone's profile is not the same as sharing experiences with people who already know and trust each other. Real communities still grow strongest through repeated interactions inside connected groups where relationships reinforce one another over time. This hidden network effect also explains why your life can change because of one unexpected meeting. You may think you are only gaining one new friend, but in reality, you are stepping into an entirely different web of relationships. New opportunities, new ideas, new careers, new experiences, and even future partners often arrive through these expanding circles rather than through complete strangers. One connection quietly multiplies into many others. The remarkable truth is that your social circle is never standing still. Every friendship you form reshapes the invisible map of relationships surrounding you. Every trusted person becomes another pathway toward people you have not met yet. What looks like coincidence is often the quiet mathematics of networks at work, gently guiding who enters your life, who stays, and how an entire community can grow from a single meaningful connection. How random chance decides many of your closest friends. Think about the person you trust the most. Now ask yourself one uncomfortable question. What if you had arrived 5 minutes later that day? What if you had chosen a different seat in class, accepted a different job, missed that bus, or decided not to attend that event? There is a surprisingly real possibility that one of the most important people in your life would still be a complete stranger today. We love believing that our closest friendships were meant to happen, but hidden beneath those relationships is something far less romantic and far more fascinating. Random chance quietly influences who becomes part of your life. At first, this idea feels almost unfair. We like believing that friendships are formed because of compatibility, shared values, or similar personalities. Those qualities absolutely matter, but they only matter after two people cross paths. Before trust can grow, before conversations can happen, before memories can be created, chance has already made its first move. It decides who enters your world and who never gets the opportunity. Think about how many decisions shape an ordinary day. You wake up a little earlier than usual. You choose one coffee shop instead of another. You take a different route home because of traffic. You sit beside one person instead of another because every other seat is taken. None of those choices feel life-changing. They seem completely forgettable. Yet each tiny decision changes the list of people you are likely to meet. This is why life often looks predictable when viewed backward, but feels completely uncertain while you are living it. Looking back, your closest friendships appear almost inevitable. Every event seems connected as though everything happened for a reason. But if you could replay your life from the beginning with only a few small changes, the people surrounding you today might be entirely different. Your personality might remain the same, yet your social circle could look unrecognizable. Psychologists sometimes refer to this as the power of situational factors. We often overestimate how much our personal choices shape our relationships, while underestimating the influence of our environment. The places we happen to live, study, work, or visit create countless opportunities that have nothing to do with careful planning. Those environments quietly determine which strangers repeatedly cross our path until one of them eventually becomes a friend. Imagine shuffling a deck of cards. The cards themselves never change, but every shuffle creates a completely different order. Human lives work in a surprisingly similar way. The people who could potentially become your friends are everywhere around you, but random circumstances determine who appears at the right place and the right time. Every coincidence is another shuffle of the deck. This also explains why people from different cities, schools, or workplaces often develop completely different social circles despite having similar personalities. It is not because one group contains better people. It is because each environment creates its own unique set of encounters. The friendships available to you are heavily influenced by where chance happens to place you. Of course, chance alone does not create lifelong friendships. Two strangers can meet hundreds of times without becoming close. Randomness opens the door, but what happens afterward depends on conversation, trust, kindness, shared experiences, and consistent effort. Chance provides the opportunity. Human connection determines whether that opportunity becomes something meaningful. Interestingly, Your brain often dislikes admitting how much randomness exists in life. It prefers stories with clear causes and satisfying explanations. That is why people frequently describe friendships as destiny or perfect timing. Those explanations feel comforting because they transform unpredictable events into meaningful narratives. In reality, both ideas can exist together. A friendship may feel deeply meaningful while still beginning with an accident no one could have predicted. Think about all the people you almost became friends with. The classmate who moved away after one semester. The coworker who changed departments before you really got to know them. The neighbor who relocated shortly after arriving. Those relationships never had enough time to grow, not because anything was wrong, but because chance quietly closed the window before trust could fully develop. There is something surprisingly hopeful about this realization. If randomness helped create some of your greatest friendships, then your future still holds countless possibilities you cannot see today. Somewhere, another stranger is living an ordinary day, completely unaware that your paths may eventually cross. Neither of you knows when it will happen or what small decision will bring you together. The hidden mathematics of friendship reminds us that life is never as fixed as it seems. Every ordinary day contains invisible possibilities waiting behind seemingly unimportant choices. A different seat, a delayed train, an unexpected invitation, or a brief conversation with someone you almost ignored can quietly change the course of your social life forever. Looking back, it will feel like fate, but in the moment, it begins with something as simple and unpredictable as chance. Why distance predicts friendship better than personality? Imagine two people who have almost everything in common. They love the same movies, laugh at the same jokes, share the same values, and would probably become inseparable if they ever met. Now imagine another person who has very little in common with you, but sits across from you every day at work, lives in the apartment next door, or studies in the same classroom. Which one is more likely to become your friend? Most people immediately choose the first person because compatibility seems like the obvious answer. Surprisingly, real life often chooses the second. In many cases, physical distance predicts friendship more accurately than personality ever does. That sounds almost unbelievable because we spend so much time talking about finding people who are just like us. We imagine friendships forming because two personalities perfectly match. Compatibility certainly helps a relationship grow, but it usually is not what creates the opportunity in the first place. Before your brain can discover shared interests or common values, it has to keep encountering the same person over and over again. Without repeated contact, even the most compatible friendship never has the chance to exist. Think about your closest friends. How many of them lived nearby, attended the same school, worked in the same building, or participated in the same activity? Probably most of them. That is not a coincidence. Human friendships have always been shaped by proximity. The closer people are to each other, the more opportunities they have to interact, and every interaction slightly increases the possibility of building trust. Researchers have repeatedly observed this pattern. People are significantly more likely to become friends with those they see regularly, even when those interactions begin by pure chance. Living on the same floor of a dormitory, working in neighboring offices, or simply walking the same route each morning creates countless opportunities for brief conversations. Those small moments slowly remove the unfamiliarity that normally exists between strangers. Imagine trying to light a campfire. You can have the perfect pile of wood, but if the spark lands several feet away, nothing happens. Move that same spark close enough, and the fire begins to grow. Friendship works much the same way. Personality may provide the fuel, but proximity provides the spark. Without enough opportunities to connect, even the strongest compatibility remains only a possibility. This explains something that confuses many people after moving to a new city. They wonder why making close friends suddenly feels so difficult. They meet wonderful people occasionally, yet few relationships become deep. The reason is often surprisingly simple. In the past, school or work naturally created repeated contact every day. As adults, those repeated encounters become less common. Without realizing it, we lose one of the strongest forces that has always helped friendships develop. Distance influences more than convenience. It also shapes emotional familiarity. Every time you pass someone in the hallway, wave across the street, or exchange a few words during lunch, your brain collects another positive piece of information. Familiar faces begin feeling safer than unfamiliar ones. Conversations become easier because the awkward introductions have already happened. Gradually, someone who once felt like a stranger becomes part of your everyday life. This also explains why long-distance friendships can be incredibly difficult to maintain, even between people who genuinely care about each other. The emotional bond may remain strong, but the effortless daily interactions disappear. Conversations require planning instead of happening naturally. Shared experiences become less frequent. Without regular reinforcement, the friendship demands much more intentional effort than relationships supported by physical closeness. Of course, proximity alone does not guarantee friendship. You have probably lived near people you barely spoke to for years. Distance simply increases opportunity. Whether that opportunity becomes a meaningful relationship still depends on kindness, trust, shared experiences, and mutual interest. But without opportunity, even extraordinary compatibility often remains undiscovered. Modern technology has changed some of these rules, but it has not erased them. Online communities allow friendships to form across countries and continents in ways that were impossible only a generation ago. Yet, even digital friendships often grow strongest when people interact consistently. Whether those encounters happen in person or through regular conversations online, repeated exposure remains one of the most powerful ingredients in building trust. The fascinating truth is that many of your closest relationships may have begun not because someone was your perfect match, but because they happened to be close enough to become familiar. A shared classroom, a nearby desk, the apartment next door, or the same morning routine quietly gave friendship room to grow. Personality helped strengthen the bond, but distance created the opportunity. Sometimes the people who change your life are not the ones who are most similar to you. They are simply the ones life places close enough for your stories to meet. The invisible balance between giving and receiving. Some friendships seem almost effortless. Both people keep showing up for each other without ever talking about it. Favors are returned naturally. Support flows in both directions. No one keeps score, yet somehow everything feels fair. Then there are other friendships that slowly become exhausting. One person is always the first to call. One person is always listening, always helping, always making time, while the other seems to disappear until they need something. At first, the imbalance feels small. Over time, it becomes impossible to ignore. What most people never realize is that every friendship is quietly held together by an invisible balance between giving and receiving. This balance is rarely about money, expensive gifts, or dramatic sacrifices. It is much more subtle than that. It is about attention, time, emotional support, reliability, remembering important moments, being present when someone needs you. Every friendship becomes a steady exchange of these invisible resources. Your brain is constantly noticing this exchange, even when you are not consciously thinking about it. Imagine two people carrying a heavy table together. As long as both continue lifting, the weight feels manageable. Neither person spends time calculating exactly how much the other is carrying because the effort feels shared. But if one person slowly begins letting go, the entire weight shifts onto the other. At first they adjust without complaining. Eventually the strain becomes impossible to ignore. The table has not become heavier. The balance has simply disappeared. This is remarkably similar to how friendships work. In healthy relationships, both people contribute in different ways over long periods of time. One friend may provide emotional support during a difficult year. Later, the other may become the dependable one when life changes again. The contributions are not always equal in the moment, but they tend to balance across months and years. That long-term fairness is what allows trust to deepen. Psychologists have long observed that human relationships are strongly influenced by reciprocity. When someone consistently shows kindness, generosity, or support, we naturally feel motivated to respond in similar ways. This is not because people are secretly selfish. It is because cooperation has always helped humans survive. Mutual support strengthens relationships by creating confidence that both people can depend on each other when life becomes difficult. Think back to the friendships that have lasted the longest in your life. Chances are they were not built because one person constantly sacrificed while the other simply accepted everything. They survived because both people repeatedly demonstrated that the relationship mattered. Sometimes that meant listening. Sometimes it meant showing up unexpectedly. Sometimes it meant forgiving mistakes. Every act quietly reinforced the feeling that the friendship was moving in both directions rather than only one. The interesting part is that your brain rarely measures these exchanges with perfect accuracy. It does not count every favor or compare every conversation. Instead, it forms an overall emotional impression. Do I feel appreciated? Do I feel valued? Do I feel like this person would be there for me if I needed them? Those feelings become far more important than any individual action. This also explains why small gestures often carry enormous emotional weight. A simple message asking how someone is doing can mean more than an expensive gift. Remembering an important date can strengthen trust more than making a grand promise. Your brain interprets these moments as evidence that you occupy space in someone else's thoughts. That feeling of being remembered is one of the strongest signals of emotional investment. Problems usually begin when the imbalance lasts too long. A friendship where one person consistently gives while receiving very little in return slowly creates emotional exhaustion. The giving person may never say anything because they genuinely care about the relationship. But over time, disappointment quietly replaces excitement. Conversations begin feeling like obligations rather than opportunities. The friendship weakens not because affection disappeared, but because the emotional exchange no longer feels sustainable. Of course, every friendship passes through seasons where balance temporarily shifts. During illness, loss, or major life changes, one person may need far more support than they can offer. Healthy friendships make room for those moments because both people trust that the balance will eventually return. The problem is not temporary inequality. The problem is permanent one-sidedness, where only one person continues carrying the relationship forward. The beautiful truth is that the strongest friendships are rarely built on equal moments. They are built on equal commitment. Both people continue choosing the relationship even when life becomes complicated. They understand that giving and receiving naturally rise and fall, but neither person permanently stops contributing to the connection they have created together. The hidden mathematics of friendship is not about keeping score. It is about maintaining balance over time. Every act of kindness, every conversation, every moment of support quietly adds weight to one side or the other until both people feel something that cannot be measured with numbers alone. They feel that this relationship is worth carrying together, and that is what transforms an ordinary friendship into one that survives the changing seasons of life. How similarity and difference find their perfect equation. One of the biggest myths about friendship is that people become close because they are almost identical. We imagine best friends sharing the same hobbies, the same opinions, the same personality, and the same way of seeing the world. It sounds logical. After all, common interests make conversations easier, and shared experiences create connection. But if similarity alone created lifelong friendships, every friendship would look almost the same. Instead, when you look closely at the strongest relationships, something surprising appears. The people who know each other best are often alike in some ways and completely different in others. That balance is not accidental. It is one of the hidden equations that allows friendships to grow. Think about your own closest friends. You probably agree on certain important things. Maybe you share the same sense of humor, similar values, or a similar outlook on life. Those similarities create comfort because they reduce conflict and help both people feel understood. Your brain naturally enjoys spending time with people who make the world feel familiar. Every shared opinion becomes another small signal that says this person understands me. That is why the beginning of many friendships feels so exciting. You discover the same favorite movie, the same childhood game, the same type of music, or the same strange habit that nobody else seems to understand. Each discovery creates another moment of connection. Your brain quietly collects these moments as evidence that the relationship is worth exploring further. But here is where things become unexpected. If two people are completely identical, the friendship often stops growing. Conversations become predictable. New perspectives become rare. There is little room for curiosity because both people already think in almost the same way. Familiarity creates comfort, but too much familiarity can slowly reduce excitement. Now imagine the opposite extreme. Two people who disagree about almost everything. Different values, different lifestyles, different ways of solving problems. At first, those differences may seem interesting, but over time they create constant friction. Every conversation requires more emotional effort because there is very little common ground holding the relationship together. The strongest friendships usually exist somewhere between those two extremes. They share enough similarities to create trust while preserving enough differences to keep learning from each other. Similarity builds the bridge. Difference makes crossing the bridge worthwhile. Think about climbing a mountain with a friend. If both people have exactly the same strengths and weaknesses, they may struggle with the same obstacles at the same time. But if one person is better at navigating while the other stays calm under pressure, both contribute something valuable. Their differences stop being weaknesses and become advantages that strengthen the partnership. Psychologists have observed this balance in many long-lasting friendships. Shared values often predict stability because they shape how people treat one another during difficult moments. At the same time, complementary personalities frequently make relationships richer. One friend encourages adventure while the other provides caution. One enjoys meeting new people while the other notices details everyone else misses. Together, they experience life in ways neither would alone. Your brain is constantly searching for this balance without consciously realizing it. It asks two important questions. Does this person make me feel understood? Does this person help me see something I would not have discovered on my own? When both answers are yes, the friendship becomes far more rewarding than either similarity or difference could create by itself. This also explains why some friendships unexpectedly grow stronger over time. As people mature, they often stop searching for copies of themselves. Instead, they begin appreciating qualities they do not naturally possess. Patience becomes valuable to someone who is impulsive. Optimism becomes comforting to someone who worries. Confidence inspires someone who constantly doubts themselves. Differences that once seemed inconvenient slowly become reasons for admiration. Of course, not every difference strengthens a friendship. Certain disagreements involving honesty, respect, or deeply held values can create lasting conflict. The goal is not to be opposites in every way. The goal is to share a strong foundation while leaving enough room for each person to bring something unique into the relationship. Perhaps that is why the most memorable friendships feel impossible to describe with a single sentence. They are familiar enough to feel like home, yet surprising enough to keep changing us. Every conversation offers comfort while also expanding our perspective. Every shared experience reminds us of what connects us while revealing something new we never expected to learn. The hidden mathematics of friendship is not about finding someone exactly like you. It is about finding the perfect balance between reflection and contrast. Too much similarity limits growth. Too much difference weakens connection. But when those two forces quietly find their balance, friendship becomes more than shared interests. It becomes two different lives helping each other become something neither could have become alone. Why friend groups naturally split into smaller circles. Have you ever noticed what happens in almost every large group of friends? At first, everyone seems connected. There is one big group chat. Everyone hangs out together, and it feels like the friendships will always stay that way. But slowly, without anyone planning it, smaller circles begin to appear. Two people start spending more time together. Three friends always sit at the same table. Another group begins making plans on their own. Eventually, what was once one large circle becomes several smaller ones. It can feel like something went wrong, but in reality, this is one of the most natural patterns in human relationships. Many people assume these smaller circles form because of drama, arguments, or people being left out. Sometimes that does happen, but most of the time the reason is much simpler. Your brain cannot build equally deep relationships with everyone at once. As the number of people grows, the amount of time and emotional energy required to stay equally close with every person becomes impossible. Imagine trying to have one meaningful conversation with 20 people at the same time. Everyone speaks less. Fewer personal stories are shared. Important details are forgotten. The conversation becomes broader, but less personal. Now imagine sitting with just three close friends. Everyone has time to speak. People listen more carefully. Emotions become easier to express. The connection naturally becomes deeper. This is exactly what happens inside large friend groups. The group provides a shared community, but genuine closeness develops inside much smaller circles where people can consistently invest their attention. The larger the group becomes, the more your brain begins creating smaller clusters that are easier to maintain. Think about a family gathering. Everyone may belong to the same family, yet during the evening smaller conversations naturally appear throughout the room. Cousins gather together. Grandparents begin talking with old relatives. Children create their own games. Nobody announces these groups. They simply emerge because smaller conversations allow stronger connections to form. Psychologists studying social behavior have repeatedly found that people naturally organize themselves into layers of relationships. You may know many people, spend time with a smaller number, and trust only a handful completely. Large communities satisfy our need to belong, but smaller circles satisfy our need to be deeply understood. Both are important, but they serve very different emotional purposes. Shared interests also quietly shape these smaller groups. Within one large circle, two friends may become passionate about fitness, while others enjoy movies or travel. Some naturally prefer long conversations, while others enjoy spontaneous adventures. These differences do not weaken the larger friendship. They simply create additional reasons for certain people to spend more time together. Something even more interesting happens over time. The more two people interact inside the larger group, the stronger their individual friendship becomes. They develop inside jokes, shared memories, and experiences that others were not part of. Those private moments strengthen the smaller circle even further, making future interactions even more likely. The friendship begins reinforcing itself. This process can sometimes create misunderstandings. Someone notices that two friends have become especially close and assumes they are being excluded on purpose. In reality, it is often nothing personal. Human relationships naturally become uneven because no one has unlimited time or emotional energy. Closeness grows where repeated interaction happens most often. Technology creates an interesting illusion that everyone in a group remains equally connected because the group chat never stops. Messages continue arriving every day. Photos are shared, jokes are exchanged, and plans are discussed. But beneath that constant communication, smaller conversations quietly continue through private messages, phone calls, shared activities, and one-on-one meetings. Those quieter interactions are usually where the deepest friendships continue developing. This pattern actually makes friend groups stronger rather than weaker. Smaller circles create emotional stability because people have several layers of support. If one person is unavailable, others remain close. Different friendships serve different emotional needs. Some friends encourage laughter. Others offer advice. Some understand your career struggles while others know your family history. Together, these smaller bonds make the larger group far more resilient. The mistake many people make is believing every friendship inside a group should be equally strong. That expectation almost always leads to disappointment. Relationships naturally grow at different speeds, depending on shared experiences, personality, proximity, and time spent together. Uneven closeness is not a sign that the group is failing. It is evidence that genuine human connection is taking its natural shape. The hidden mathematics of friendship reveals something beautifully simple. As groups become larger, closeness naturally becomes smaller, not because people care less, but because depth requires attention, and attention is limited. The strongest communities are rarely built from everyone being equally close to everyone else. They are built from many small circles of trust, quietly woven together into something much bigger than any single friendship could become. The probability that two friends will drift apart over time. Almost nobody wakes up one morning and decides to end a good friendship. That is why losing a close friend can feel so confusing. There was no argument, no betrayal, no dramatic goodbye. One day you simply realize you have not spoken in months, maybe even years. Someone who once knew everything about your life now feels like a distant memory. It is one of the strangest experiences we go through as humans because the friendship did not explode. It slowly faded. And hidden beneath that quiet disappearance is a pattern that is far more predictable than most people realize. We often tell ourselves that real friendships never change. If the bond is genuine, it should survive anything. Distance should not matter. Busy schedules should not matter. Time should not matter. It is a comforting idea, but reality tells a different story. Even the strongest friendships are constantly working against the probability of drifting apart. Staying close is not the default. It is something that must be continually reinforced. Think about walking through a forest. If hundreds of people walk along the same trail every day, the path becomes wider and easier to follow. But if everyone suddenly stops using it, nature quietly begins taking it back. Grass grows, leaves cover the ground, branches fall across the path. Eventually it becomes difficult to believe there was ever a trail at all. Friendships behave in much the same way. Every conversation, every shared experience, and every moment of connection keeps the path clear. When those moments stop, distance slowly begins filling the empty space. This is why drifting apart almost always happens gradually. One missed phone call becomes two. A delayed reply becomes a forgotten conversation. Work becomes stressful. Family responsibilities increase. Someone moves to another city. None of these moments feel important by themselves, yet each one slightly reduces the chance of the next interaction happening. Over time, those tiny reductions begin multiplying until the friendship starts running on old memories instead of new experiences. Your brain is constantly updating its emotional map of the people in your life. The people you interact with regularly stay vivid because your mind keeps receiving fresh information about them. You know what they are worried about, what they are excited about, and what has recently changed in their lives. But when months pass without meaningful contact, that mental picture slowly becomes outdated. You still care about them, but your knowledge of their life slowly freezes in the past. This creates an unexpected emotional distance. The next conversation feels slightly more awkward because there is so much catching up to do. That awkwardness makes reaching out feel a little more difficult. As a result, even more time passes before the next conversation. Without realizing it, both people begin contributing to the same cycle. Neither intends to let the friendship fade, but both quietly wait for the other person to make the first move. Life transitions make this process even stronger. Graduating from school, changing careers, getting married, becoming a parent, or moving across the country completely changes daily routines. The environments that once created effortless interaction disappear overnight. Without those shared routines, maintaining the friendship suddenly requires deliberate effort instead of natural repetition. Many relationships struggle not because affection disappeared, but because convenience disappeared. The surprising part is that emotional closeness and physical interaction are not exactly the same thing. You can deeply care about someone while slowly becoming less connected to their everyday life. That is why reconnecting with an old friend often feels both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. The emotional foundation is still there, but the shared present has become much smaller than the shared past. Fortunately, drifting apart is not always permanent. Friendships have an incredible ability to recover when both people choose to rebuild the connection. A genuine conversation, consistent communication, and new shared experiences can slowly create fresh memories that replace the growing silence. Just as distance accumulated one interaction at a time, closeness can return the very same way. Perhaps the most comforting truth is that drifting apart does not always mean the friendship failed. Sometimes people simply grow in different directions while carrying gratitude for the years they shared. Those relationships still shape who we become, even if they no longer occupy the center of our lives. The hidden mathematics of friendship reminds us that relationships are never frozen in place. Every passing week quietly changes the odds. Every conversation strengthens the bond, while every prolonged silence gently weakens it. The friendships that survive across decades are rarely the ones that avoid change. They are the ones where both people continue choosing each other, often enough to keep the path between them from disappearing. Why repeated exposure makes people feel like friends. Have you ever noticed how a complete stranger can slowly begin feeling familiar without either of you saying much at all? You see the same person every morning at the coffee shop. The same neighbor walks their dog at sunset. The same coworker passes your desk every afternoon. At first, they are just another face in the crowd. Then, one day, you catch yourself smiling at them without thinking. A week later, you exchange a few words. A month later, you are having real conversations. Eventually, it becomes difficult to remember a time when they were a stranger. It feels natural, but what actually caused that transformation? Most people assume friendship begins with a great conversation or an unforgettable first impression. Those moments certainly help, but they are rarely enough on their own. Long before trust develops, your brain is quietly making another calculation. It asks one simple question: how often do I see this person? The answer turns out to matter far more than most people imagine. Your brain has one primary job above almost everything else. It tries to keep you safe. Anything unfamiliar requires extra attention because unfamiliar things carry uncertainty. That is why walking into a room full of strangers can feel mentally exhausting. Your brain is evaluating dozens of unknown faces at once. But every repeated encounter removes a tiny piece of that uncertainty. The unfamiliar slowly becomes familiar, and familiar usually begins feeling safe. Psychologists call this the mere exposure effect. It is one of the simplest yet most powerful forces shaping human relationships. The more often we encounter someone in a neutral or positive setting, the more likely we are to develop positive feelings toward them. Nothing dramatic has to happen. Repetition alone quietly changes the way our minds respond. Imagine hearing a new song for the first time. It may sound strange or even forgettable, but after hearing it every day for a few weeks, you suddenly catch yourself humming the melody. The song did not change. Your familiarity with it did. Human relationships often follow the same pattern. Repeated exposure slowly lowers resistance until comfort begins replacing uncertainty. This explains why schools, workplaces, neighborhoods, and sports teams produce so many lasting friendships. These environments naturally place the same people together again and again. Every greeting, every shared laugh, and every brief conversation becomes another small piece of evidence telling your brain that this person belongs in your world. The remarkable part is that repeated exposure does not require deep conversations in the beginning. Even small interactions carry surprising weight. Holding the door open, smiling in passing, asking how someone's day is going, sharing an elevator. These moments seem completely ordinary, yet your brain stores each one as another positive experience connected to the same face. Over time, something fascinating begins to happen. Familiarity makes conversations easier. Easier conversations lead to longer conversations. Longer conversations reveal shared interests. Shared interests create trust. Trust encourages people to spend even more time together. A simple pattern of repeated exposure quietly grows into genuine friendship, without either person realizing when the change actually happened. This also explains why making friends often feels much harder in adulthood. As children, we naturally saw the same classmates almost every day for years. Opportunities for repeated exposure happened automatically. As adults, our routines become more fragmented. We work remotely, move more frequently, change jobs, and spend more time interacting through screens. Many of the natural situations that once encouraged repeated encounters slowly disappear. Ironically, this is why some people mistake familiarity for destiny. They believe they instantly clicked with someone because they were meant to become friends. In reality, their brains had often been collecting tiny moments of familiarity for weeks or months before either person recognized the connection. What feels like an instant bond is sometimes the result of countless unnoticed interactions quietly accumulating beneath the surface. Of course, repeated exposure is not enough by itself. If someone is consistently rude, dishonest, or disrespectful, seeing them more often will not magically create friendship. Familiarity works best when repeated encounters are neutral or positive. It opens the door, but kindness, trust, and mutual respect are still what allow people to walk through it. Perhaps this is why some of the strongest friendships begin in the most ordinary places, not because those places are magical, but because they repeatedly bring the same lives together until strangers no longer feel unfamiliar. The extraordinary bond that exists years later often begins with something as simple as seeing the same face often enough for your brain to stop treating it like a stranger. The hidden mathematics of friendship reveals that closeness is rarely created in a single unforgettable moment. More often, it is quietly built through ordinary encounters repeated so consistently that one day your brain stops asking who this person is and starts feeling as though they have always belonged in your life. The hidden patterns behind friendship triangles. Imagine meeting two people who have never spoken to each other. You become close friends with both of them, but they remain complete strangers. At first, everything feels perfectly normal. You spend time with each person separately, switching between conversations, plans, and memories. But then something interesting happens. You introduce them. They get along surprisingly well. A few months later, the three of you are spending weekends together, sharing jokes that only the three of you understand. It almost feels inevitable, as though the friendship was always meant to become a triangle instead of two separate lines. The surprising part is that your brain quietly expected this outcome long before you noticed it. Most people think friendships grow one relationship at a time. One person meets another, trust develops, and the story ends there. But human relationships rarely stay that simple. They naturally organize themselves into patterns, and one of the strongest patterns is the friendship triangle. If two people both trust the same friend, the chances of them eventually becoming friends themselves become much higher than random chance would predict. At first, this sounds like coincidence. After all, just because two people know the same person does not mean they will connect. Yet your social life is filled with examples of this happening. Your childhood friend becomes close with your cousin. Two co-workers you introduced begin hanging out without you. College friends eventually create their own friendships inside the group. What started as separate relationships slowly becomes a connected network. The reason begins with something very simple. Trust is easier to build when uncertainty is lower. Meeting a complete stranger requires your brain to ask dozens of questions. Can I trust this person? Will we get along? Are they genuine? But when both people already trust the same friend, many of those questions quietly become less important. The shared connection acts like a bridge before either person has earned trust directly. Imagine trying to cross a river. Building an entirely new bridge from nothing takes time and effort. But if most of the bridge is already standing, crossing suddenly becomes much easier. Mutual friendships work in exactly the same way. The emotional distance between two strangers becomes much smaller because someone both people trust is already standing in the middle. Researchers who study social networks have noticed that these triangles appear everywhere. In fact, they are one of the most common building blocks of human communities. Once two sides of a triangle exist, the third side has a much greater chance of forming. This tendency helps explain why friend groups often become tightly connected over time instead of remaining a collection of isolated relationships. There is another reason triangles become so stable. They create shared experiences. Three friends can laugh about the same memory, solve problems together, and support one another during difficult moments. Every new experience belongs to all three people instead of only two. Those shared memories strengthen every connection inside the triangle at the same time, making the entire relationship much more resilient. Of course, friendship triangles are not always perfect. Sometimes they create jealousy without anyone intending to hurt another person. One friend may begin spending more time with another, leaving the third person feeling excluded. Tiny misunderstandings can grow because each relationship inside the triangle develops at a slightly different speed. This is why healthy communication becomes so important. The structure itself is not the problem. The challenge comes from forgetting that every side of the triangle needs attention. Interestingly, your brain naturally searches for balance inside these relationships. If one connection weakens, the entire triangle can begin feeling unstable. You may notice awkwardness during group conversations or hesitate before making plans. On the other hand, when all three friendships remain strong, the group often feels remarkably secure because support comes from multiple directions instead of only one. This pattern also explains why some introductions completely change your social life. You may think you are meeting only one new person, but in reality you are creating the possibility of several new relationships at once. Every friendship has the potential to connect with another, quietly multiplying your social world in ways that are impossible to predict at the beginning. The fascinating truth is that friendship is rarely just about individuals. It is also about the invisible connections between them. Every new relationship changes the shape of the entire network, creating opportunities for new bonds to appear where none existed before. What begins as two separate friendships often becomes something much stronger, not because anyone planned it, but because human relationships naturally seek connection. The hidden mathematics of friendship reveals that triangles are not accidents. They are one of the quiet patterns that help transform isolated people into lasting communities. How social gravity pulls certain people together. Have you ever noticed that some people seem to find each other, no matter where life takes them? They meet once, then somehow keep crossing paths again and again. They end up at the same events, join the same conversations, and before long they are spending so much time together that everyone assumes they have been friends forever. At the same time, there are other people you genuinely like, but never seem to get close to. It feels almost as though an invisible force is pulling some relationships together while quietly letting others drift apart. As strange as it sounds, that invisible force is surprisingly real. When we hear the word gravity, we think about planets, stars, and the force that keeps our feet on the ground. But human relationships have their own version of gravity. It is not made of physics. It is created by repeated interactions, shared experiences, emotional comfort, and common environments. The stronger these forces become, the more likely two people are to keep moving toward each other without even realizing it. Most people believe friendship is the result of conscious decisions. You meet someone, decide you like them, and choose to spend more time together. That certainly plays a role, but it leaves out something important. Your environment is constantly nudging people together in ways you barely notice. The same workplace, the same gym, the same neighborhood, or the same group of friends creates opportunities that keep bringing the same people into each other's lives. Every encounter slightly increases the chances of another one. Imagine placing two magnets on a table. If they are far apart, nothing happens. Move them a little closer, and suddenly they begin pulling toward one another without any effort. Friendships often work the same way. The closer two lives become through routine, location, or shared experiences, the easier every future interaction feels. Eventually, spending time together becomes the natural choice instead of something either person has to plan carefully. Your brain also creates its own kind of gravity. Every enjoyable conversation leaves behind a positive emotional memory. The next time you see that person, your mind remembers how they made you feel before you even start talking. If those experiences continue repeating, your brain begins expecting comfort, laughter, or understanding whenever they are around. Without realizing it, you start seeking their company because your mind predicts that spending time with them will be rewarding. Psychologists have found that people naturally return to relationships that consistently create positive emotions. This is not because life becomes easier around those friends. It is because the brain prefers experiences that feel emotionally safe and satisfying. Every positive interaction strengthens that attraction, making the friendship easier to maintain with each passing week. This explains why certain friendships seem effortless while others always require careful planning. Some people become part of your everyday rhythm. You naturally think about inviting them, messaging them, or sharing good news with them because they have become woven into your daily life. That constant reinforcement strengthens the emotional pull between you. Shared goals also increase this social gravity. Training for the same competition, working on the same project, learning the same skill, or facing the same challenge creates a powerful sense of partnership. The more experiences two people overcome together, the stronger the invisible force connecting them becomes. Difficult moments often strengthen friendships because overcoming challenges creates memories that are difficult to replace. Of course, gravity can weaken as well. When routines change, people move away, or life pulls them in different directions, the invisible force begins losing strength. It does not mean the friendship was fake. It simply means the conditions that once brought two people together no longer exist in the same way. Without new experiences replacing the old ones, the attraction slowly becomes weaker. The encouraging part is that social gravity can always be rebuilt. Reconnecting through regular conversations, shared activities, or simply making time for each other creates new emotional momentum. Every positive interaction adds another layer to the bond, making the next meeting feel even more natural. Strong friendships are not maintained because they resist change. They survive because both people continue creating reasons to stay connected. The hidden mathematics of friendship reveals that relationships are rarely held together by luck alone. Invisible forces are always shaping who enters your life, who stays close, and who slowly fades into memory. Every shared experience, every familiar routine, and every meaningful conversation quietly increases the pull between two people. Over time, that social gravity becomes so strong that being apart begins to feel unusual, and being together simply feels like where both of you naturally belong. Why timing is more powerful than compatibility. Have you ever met someone who seemed like the perfect friend, yet nothing ever came from it? The conversation flowed effortlessly. You shared the same interests, laughed at the same jokes, and even promised to stay in touch. But somehow, life moved on, and that person slowly disappeared from your world. Then, almost by accident, you met someone who seemed completely ordinary. You had very little in common at first, yet years later they became one of the closest people in your life. It feels confusing because we are taught that compatibility is everything. In reality, timing often decides far more than compatibility ever can. We like believing that friendships happen because two personalities fit together perfectly. It is a comforting idea because it makes relationships feel predictable. Find the right people, and everything else should naturally fall into place. But life rarely works that way. Even the strongest connection cannot grow if it arrives at the wrong moment. Sometimes the biggest obstacle is not who the person is. It is when they entered your life. Think about a seed planted in the middle of winter. It may be healthy, full of potential, and capable of becoming a giant tree. Yet without the right conditions, nothing happens. Plant that exact same seed during spring, and it begins growing almost immediately. The seed did not change. The timing did. Friendships follow a surprisingly similar pattern. Your life is constantly changing. There are moments when you have the emotional space to welcome new people, and there are moments when you barely have enough energy for the relationships you already have. During stressful periods, moving to a new city, preparing for important exams, or dealing with personal challenges, even wonderful people may quietly pass through your life without ever becoming close. Not because either of you did anything wrong, but because the conditions were never right. Psychologists have found that shared life circumstances play an enormous role in forming relationships. People who experience the same challenges, transitions, or milestones at the same time naturally become closer because they understand each other's reality. Starting a new job together, entering university together, or learning a new skill side by side creates a connection that would be much harder to build years later under different circumstances. This explains why some friendships seem to develop almost overnight. It is not always because the people are unusually compatible. Often, they simply meet during a season when both are searching for connection, facing similar challenges, or spending enough time together for trust to grow quickly. Timing creates the opportunity, and compatibility helps the opportunity flourish. Imagine two trains traveling on different tracks. They may be moving toward the same destination, but if they arrive at different times, they never meet. Now imagine those same trains reaching the station together. Suddenly, thousands of possibilities appear. Human relationships work much the same way. Lives must intersect at the right moment for friendship to truly begin. Timing also shapes emotional readiness. Someone who has just experienced a painful loss may value compassion more than shared hobbies. Someone beginning a new chapter in life may actively seek new friendships that would have seemed unnecessary only a year earlier. The same two people meeting at different points in their lives could experience completely different outcomes because their emotional needs have changed. This is one reason old friends sometimes reconnect after years apart and become closer than they ever were before. When they first met, the timing may have been completely wrong. Responsibilities, distance, or different priorities prevented the friendship from growing. Years later, those same obstacles disappear, and the connection finally has room to develop. What once felt impossible suddenly feels effortless. Of course, compatibility still matters. Shared values, mutual respect, trust, and genuine kindness are what allow a friendship to survive. But compatibility without opportunity is like having the perfect map without ever beginning the journey. Timing determines whether that journey even gets a chance to start. There is something deeply hopeful about this idea. It means that missing out on a friendship does not always mean you met the wrong person. Sometimes you simply met the right person during the wrong chapter of your life. And it also means that somewhere ahead, there are people you have not met yet who may fit into your life perfectly simply because your paths will cross when both of you are finally ready. The hidden mathematics of friendship reminds us that relationships are not created by personality alone. They emerge when opportunity, emotional readiness, shared experiences, and compatibility quietly align at the same moment. Looking back, it may feel like destiny. But in reality, one of the greatest forces shaping your closest friendships is something you can never fully control. It is simply being in the right place, with the right person, at exactly the right time. The mathematics of loyalty during difficult times. It is easy to call someone a friend when life is going well. When everyone is laughing, celebrating, and making plans, friendship feels effortless. But the real question is never who stands beside you during your best days. The real question is who remains when everything becomes difficult. A lost job, a painful breakup, a family crisis, a personal failure. These moments reveal something that years of ordinary conversations sometimes cannot. They expose the hidden mathematics of loyalty. Most people think loyalty is a personality trait. You are either loyal or you are not. But loyalty is much more complicated than that. It is not measured by what someone says about you. It is measured by what they repeatedly choose to do when supporting you becomes inconvenient. Every difficult moment quietly asks the same question. Is this relationship valuable enough to keep investing in even when there is no immediate reward? Think about a bridge connecting two mountains. During calm weather, almost any bridge looks strong. People walk across it without thinking twice. But when powerful winds arrive, weak bridges begin falling apart while strong ones remain standing. Hardship does not create the strength of the bridge. It simply reveals whether that strength was already there. Friendships work exactly the same way. Difficult times expose the quality of a relationship that ordinary days often hide. Your brain is constantly collecting evidence about who can be trusted. Every promise that is kept, every moment someone shows up when they said they would, every time they listen without judging, and every sacrifice they willingly make becomes another piece of proof. Individually, these moments may seem small. Together, they create an emotional record that tells your mind whether someone is dependable when life becomes uncertain. Psychologists often describe trust as something built through consistency rather than perfection. People do not expect their friends to solve every problem. What matters is knowing that someone will not disappear the moment life becomes uncomfortable. Reliability sends one of the strongest signals your brain can receive because it reduces uncertainty during moments when everything else feels unstable. Imagine climbing a mountain with a friend. The easy parts of the journey are enjoyable, but they reveal very little about either person. It is only when the trail becomes steep, the weather changes, and exhaustion sets in that true partnership becomes visible. One person slows down so the other is not left behind. They share water, offer encouragement, and keep moving together. Those actions create a bond that could never be formed during an easy walk through the park. This is why many lifelong friendships become strongest after overcoming hardship together. Facing challenges creates memories that are emotionally deeper than ordinary experiences. Solving problems together teaches your brain something powerful. This person stayed when leaving would have been easier. That realization changes the relationship in a profound way because trust is no longer based on hope. It is based on experience. Interestingly, loyalty is rarely tested through one dramatic event. More often, it is revealed through dozens of ordinary choices. Answering the phone when someone needs to talk. Checking in after a difficult week. Remembering important dates. Offering help without waiting to be asked. These quiet moments may never appear extraordinary, yet they slowly build a reputation that becomes impossible to ignore. The opposite is also true. Loyalty can slowly disappear without a dramatic betrayal. When someone repeatedly breaks promises, vanishes during difficult moments, or only appears when they need something, your brain notices the pattern. Trust begins shrinking one disappointment at a time. Eventually, the friendship may still exist on the surface, but the confidence that once held it together quietly fades. Of course, loyalty does not mean agreeing with everything a friend does. In fact, some of the most loyal friends are the ones willing to tell uncomfortable truths with kindness because they genuinely care about your future. Real loyalty protects the relationship, not just the feelings of the moment. It chooses honesty over convenience while never abandoning respect. Perhaps the most remarkable thing about loyalty is that it often inspires more loyalty in return. When someone stands beside you during your lowest moments, your brain remembers that experience for years. The next time they need help, supporting them feels natural because the relationship has already proven its value. Trust begins reinforcing itself until both people become willing to carry each other through life's most difficult seasons. The hidden mathematics of friendship reveals that loyalty is never measured in grand speeches or promises. It is measured through consistent actions, repeated when circumstances become difficult. Every moment of support quietly strengthens the bond until the friendship becomes something far more valuable than shared interests or happy memories. It becomes the certainty that when life is at its hardest, neither person will have to face it alone. How trust grows through thousands of tiny calculations. Trust feels like something that appears all at once. One day a person is just another acquaintance, and the next, you find yourself sharing secrets you have never told anyone else. It feels sudden, almost magical, as though one perfect conversation changed everything. But if you could watch what your brain was doing beneath the surface, you would see a completely different story. Trust is not built in a single moment. It grows through thousands of tiny calculations that happen every time you interact with another person. Your brain is constantly asking silent questions that you never hear. Does this person keep their word? Do they listen when I speak? Do they remember the things that matter to me? How do I feel after spending time with them? Every conversation, every promise, every joke, and every shared experience becomes another small piece of information. On its own, none of it seems important. Together, those tiny moments slowly become one of the strongest forces in every friendship. This feels surprising because we naturally remember the big moments. We remember the road trips, the celebrations, and the nights filled with unforgettable conversations. But your brain pays just as much attention to the ordinary moments that barely seem worth remembering. Did they reply when you needed them? Did they notice when something felt wrong? Did they make you feel comfortable enough to be yourself? These seemingly insignificant details quietly shape your sense of trust far more than dramatic gestures ever could. Imagine building a brick wall. No single brick creates the wall. Place one brick on the ground, and it looks meaningless. Add another, then another, and another. After hundreds of bricks carefully placed together, you have something strong enough to support enormous weight. Trust grows exactly the same way. Every reliable action becomes another brick. Every honest conversation adds another layer. Over time, the friendship becomes strong enough to carry people through moments that would have broken a weaker relationship. Psychologists have found that the human brain naturally looks for patterns instead of isolated events. One act of kindness is appreciated, but repeated kindness becomes part of how your mind defines someone. One broken promise may be forgiven, but repeated disappointment slowly changes your expectations. Your brain is not keeping score like a calculator. It is searching for consistency because consistency makes the future feel more predictable. Think about someone you trust completely. Chances are you do not trust them because of one extraordinary event. You trust them because they have shown up hundreds of times in small, ordinary ways. They answer when they say they will. They remember conversations from weeks ago. They celebrate your successes without jealousy. They stay calm when you make mistakes. None of these moments seem life-changing on their own, yet together they quietly convince your brain that this person is emotionally safe. Safety is the foundation of trust. Before your brain allows you to become vulnerable, it wants evidence that vulnerability will not be punished. Every positive interaction slightly lowers your emotional defenses. The next conversation becomes easier. You share something a little more personal. They respond with understanding instead of judgment. Another calculation is completed, and the friendship grows stronger. Interestingly, trust can grow much faster than people expect once enough positive evidence begins accumulating. There comes a point where every new interaction reinforces the ones before it. Instead of wondering whether someone is trustworthy, your brain begins assuming they are. This creates a powerful cycle where openness encourages deeper conversations, and those conversations produce even greater trust. The opposite process happens just as quietly. Trust rarely disappears overnight unless something truly devastating occurs. More often, it slowly weakens through repeated inconsistencies. Promises are forgotten. Messages go unanswered. Personal information is shared without permission. Little disappointments begin stacking together. Each one seems too small to end a friendship, but together they slowly convince your brain to become more cautious. This is why rebuilding trust always takes longer than breaking it. One sincere apology cannot erase dozens of negative experiences because your brain is still carrying the pattern it has already learned. New evidence must slowly replace the old evidence. Consistent honesty, dependable actions, and patience gradually teach the mind that the relationship has changed. Just as trust was built one interaction at a time, it must often be rebuilt the very same way. Perhaps the most beautiful part of this process is that neither person usually notices it while it is happening. No one wakes up and announces that trust has reached a certain level. It quietly grows beneath everyday conversations, shared laughter, and ordinary acts of kindness until one day you realize this person knows the real version of you, and that no longer feels frightening. The hidden mathematics of friendship reminds us that trust is never the result of one unforgettable moment. It is the sum of countless tiny calculations your brain has been making all along. Every honest word, every reliable action, and every small act of care quietly adds another piece to an invisible equation until the relationship becomes strong enough to hold the parts of yourself that you trust only a few people to see. Why some people become social bridges between communities. Every social circle has that one person, the one who seems to know everyone. They can walk into almost any room and find someone to talk to within minutes. They introduce friends from completely different parts of their life who somehow end up getting along. Your school friends meet your coworkers because of them. Your neighbors become friends with people from your sports club because they made the introduction. At first, it looks like they are simply outgoing or naturally popular. But there is something much deeper happening beneath the surface. Some people quietly become bridges that connect entire communities together. Most of us think friendships grow in straight lines. You meet one person, become friends, then meet another. But real social networks do not grow like lines. They grow like webs. Every new connection creates new pathways between people who might never have crossed paths otherwise. The people who create those pathways become some of the most influential individuals in any community, even if they are not the loudest or the most charismatic. Imagine two islands separated by a wide river. Each island has its own people, traditions, and conversations. Life continues normally on both sides, but very little moves between them. Then someone builds a bridge. Suddenly ideas, opportunities, friendships, and experiences begin flowing back and forth. The bridge itself does not become the destination. It simply allows everything else to move more freely. Certain people play exactly this role in human relationships. Researchers who study social networks have found that these bridge builders often hold surprisingly important positions inside communities. They connect groups that would otherwise remain isolated from one another. Because of this, information travels through them, opportunities reach more people, and entirely new friendships become possible. Without even realizing it, they change the shape of the social network simply by introducing people who would probably never have met on their own. What makes this fascinating is that these people are not always the ones with the largest number of friends. Someone can know hundreds of people without connecting different groups together. A true social bridge creates meaningful links between separate communities. They feel comfortable moving between different environments because they genuinely appreciate different kinds of people rather than staying inside only one familiar circle. Think about someone who enjoys photography, volunteers on weekends, works in a busy office, and plays football every Friday evening. They naturally belong to several completely different communities. Over time, those separate circles begin overlapping because of one simple reason. They are the common connection between all of them. Every introduction they make slightly changes the network around them. Your brain naturally trusts these introductions more than random encounters. When a friend you already respect introduces you to someone new, much of the uncertainty disappears. You begin the conversation with a small amount of borrowed trust. That makes new friendships far more likely to develop because the hardest part of meeting someone has already been reduced. There is another remarkable effect these bridge builders create. They expose people to ideas, experiences, and perspectives they might never have encountered otherwise. Someone from a creative field becomes friends with an engineer. A quiet book lover meets an adventurous traveler. A business owner connects with a musician. These unexpected relationships often become some of the richest friendships because they bring together people whose lives would rarely intersect without help. Being a social bridge also comes with invisible challenges. These people often invest significant emotional energy maintaining relationships across many different groups. They remember birthdays, organize gatherings, introduce new people, and make an effort to keep disconnected friends in touch. Much of this work goes unnoticed because it happens quietly behind the scenes. Others simply enjoy the stronger community that results from those efforts. Interestingly, anyone can become this kind of person. It is not something you are born with. It begins by staying curious about different people instead of limiting yourself to one familiar group. Every time you introduce two people who share common interests, invite someone new into an existing circle, or help strangers feel comfortable around each other, you strengthen the invisible network connecting your community. The hidden mathematics of friendship reveals that some of the most important people are not necessarily those with the most friends. They are the ones who create friendships between others. Every connection they encourage sends ripples through the social network, opening doors that never existed before. One introduction becomes another friendship. That friendship creates another introduction. Before long, entire communities become connected because one person quietly chose to become a bridge instead of simply standing on one side. The ripple effect of losing one close friendship. Losing one close friendship rarely feels like losing just one person. At first, it seems like the relationship itself is the only thing that has changed. But as weeks and months pass, you begin noticing something unexpected. The places you used to visit no longer feel the same. Certain people stop reaching out as often. Group gatherings become awkward or disappear completely. Even parts of your own identity begin feeling unfamiliar. It is almost as though one broken connection quietly rearranged an entire section of your life. That feeling is not an illusion. Every close friendship exists inside a much larger network, and when one important connection disappears, the effects spread much farther than most people expect. We often imagine friendships as individual relationships, one person connected directly to another. But human relationships do not work like separate lines. They behave more like a spider's web. Touch one strand, and the movement travels across the entire structure. That is why losing a close friend can affect people, routines, and emotions that seem completely unrelated to the friendship itself. Think about removing one supporting beam from a large building. The structure does not necessarily collapse immediately. Instead, the weight shifts. Other beams begin carrying more pressure. Small cracks appear in places you never expected. The building still stands, but it no longer feels quite as stable as before. Close friendships often play the same role in our social lives. They quietly support much more than we realize. Your brain builds emotional routines around the people closest to you. You instinctively think about sending them good news. They are the first person you want to call after a difficult day. They understand your private jokes without explanation. They remember stories that nobody else knows. When that relationship disappears, your brain continues expecting those moments for a while. You reach for your phone before remembering there is no one to message. Those tiny habits suddenly have nowhere to go. The effects extend beyond emotions. Mutual friends may feel uncertain about how to maintain both relationships. Group activities become more complicated because someone is always missing. Traditions that once felt automatic suddenly require difficult decisions. Nobody may have intended for the larger group to change, yet one missing connection quietly alters the rhythm of everyone involved. Researchers studying social networks have found that strong relationships often hold communities together in surprising ways. Some friendships connect different circles of people who might never interact otherwise. When one of those important connections disappears, communication slows, invitations become less frequent, and smaller groups naturally begin forming. It is not because people stop caring. The invisible pathways connecting everyone have simply changed. This also explains why the emotional impact of losing a close friend often feels much larger than expected. You are not grieving only one relationship. You are adjusting to an entirely new social map. Familiar routines disappear. Certain memories become painful. Places that once brought comfort suddenly remind you of someone who is no longer there. Your brain must slowly rebuild its understanding of everyday life without one of its strongest reference points. Interestingly, the ripple effect is not always negative forever. Human relationships have an extraordinary ability to reorganize over time. Other friendships often become stronger as people step forward to provide support. New routines replace old ones. Different communities begin overlapping in unexpected ways. The loss remains meaningful, but the network gradually adapts instead of remaining permanently broken. This process helps explain why people sometimes discover surprising friendships after a difficult ending. Someone who was once only an acquaintance becomes a trusted confidant. Another friend reaches out more often than before. Shared experiences during hard times create new bonds that may never have formed under ordinary circumstances. The original friendship cannot be replaced, but the social network quietly begins healing itself. Of course, none of this means losing a close friendship is easy. Some relationships leave marks that remain for years because they shaped important chapters of our lives. They influenced our habits, introduced us to new people, and became part of how we understood ourselves. Their absence changes more than our contact list. It changes the emotional landscape we move through every day. The hidden mathematics of friendship reminds us that every close relationship carries influence far beyond the two people involved. One meaningful connection supports conversations, communities, traditions, and memories that extend in every direction. When that bond is lost, the effects spread outward like ripples across still water. Yet just as ripples eventually settle, life slowly creates new patterns, proving that while one friendship can reshape your world, it does not have to define the rest of it forever. How emotional investment creates unique friendships. Not every friendship feels equally important, even when both people call each other friends. Sometimes you would do almost anything for someone who only thinks about you occasionally. Other times, another person may depend on you far more than you depend on them. It is one of the most confusing parts of human relationships, because the friendship is real, yet it does not carry the same emotional weight for both people. Hidden beneath that imbalance is something your brain has been calculating for years. The amount of emotional investment each person has made quietly determines how valuable the relationship feels. Most people assume friendships become unequal because one person simply cares more than the other. While that can happen, the reality is usually much more complicated. Emotional investment is built over time through experiences, memories, vulnerability, and shared challenges. Two people can spend the same number of years knowing each other while developing completely different levels of attachment because their emotional journeys were never identical. Think about buying shares in a company. One person invests a small amount while another invests almost everything they have. If the company succeeds, both people are happy, but the emotional impact is completely different. The person who invested more has far more at stake. Friendships often work in a surprisingly similar way. The more time, trust, energy, and emotional openness you invest, the more valuable that relationship becomes in your mind. Your brain quietly keeps track of these investments without using numbers. Every late-night conversation, every difficult moment someone helped you through, every secret you shared, and every important memory adds emotional value to the relationship. Over time, those experiences create a feeling that this person has become part of your life story, rather than simply someone you know. The interesting part is that investment is not always equal. Imagine two friends going through different stages of life. One experiences a painful breakup and leans heavily on the other for support. Months later, life becomes peaceful again, and the friendship continues normally. The person who received that support may now feel deeply connected because those conversations changed their life. The other friend may still care, but the emotional weight of the relationship feels different because their personal journey was not shaped in the same way. Psychologists have long observed that self-disclosure strengthens relationships. Every time you reveal something personal, and it is met with understanding instead of judgment, trust grows. But if one person consistently opens up, while the other remains emotionally distant, the friendship naturally becomes unbalanced. One person has invested much more of themselves into the relationship than the other. This also explains why rejection inside friendships can hurt so deeply. When you have invested years of memories, vulnerability, and emotional energy, your brain treats the relationship as something extremely valuable. If that investment suddenly feels ignored or unappreciated, the disappointment becomes much greater than someone outside the friendship might expect. The pain is not only about losing a person, it is about losing everything you quietly built together. Interestingly, unequal investment does not always create unhealthy friendships. There are seasons in life when one person naturally gives more while the other needs more support. During illness, grief, or personal hardship, healthy friendships often become temporarily unbalanced. The difference is that both people understand the imbalance is temporary rather than permanent. Over the years, support naturally begins flowing in both directions again. Problems usually appear when one person continues investing while the other stops. One friend always reaches out first. One remembers birthdays. One makes the effort to meet, listen, forgive, and encourage. Meanwhile, the other slowly contributes less and less. At first, the imbalance seems manageable. Eventually, it creates emotional exhaustion because the relationship begins feeling like a responsibility instead of a partnership. Your brain notices this long before you consciously admit it. Conversations begin feeling less rewarding. You hesitate before sending another message. Small disappointments accumulate until your emotional calculations quietly change. Without realizing it, you begin protecting your energy because your mind no longer expects the relationship to provide the same level of care in return. The beautiful part is that emotional investment can always grow when both people choose to nurture the friendship. Every meaningful conversation, every shared experience, and every moment of genuine support becomes another deposit into the relationship. Over time, those small contributions reduce imbalance and create a stronger sense of mutual commitment. The hidden mathematics of friendship reveals that relationships are rarely measured by time alone. They are measured by everything people are willing to place inside them. Every memory, every sacrifice, every act of trust, and every moment of vulnerability quietly increases the value of the connection. When both people continue investing together, friendship becomes one of the strongest emotional partnerships in life. When only one person keeps investing, even the closest relationship can slowly begin feeling heavier than either person ever intended. Why strong friendships can survive long periods of silence. Most friendships slowly weaken when people stop talking. Days turn into weeks, weeks become months, and eventually the connection begins fading into memory. That is why something feels almost unbelievable when you reconnect with a truly close friend after a long time apart. You expect awkwardness, you expect distance. Instead, within minutes, it feels as though no time has passed at all. The conversation flows naturally, the laughter returns, and the comfort is still there. It almost seems to break every rule about how friendships are supposed to work. But beneath the surface, your brain has been protecting something far more durable than regular conversation. At first, this feels impossible to explain. If relationships need constant attention to survive, why do some disappear after only a few months while others remain strong after years of silence? The answer is that not all friendships are built on the same foundation. Some depend almost entirely on frequent interaction. Others become anchored by something much deeper. Once that foundation is strong enough, silence stops feeling like evidence that the friendship has ended. Think about building a house. A house with weak foundations begins showing cracks the moment the weather becomes difficult. But a house built on deep, solid ground can survive storms that would destroy weaker structures. The walls may need repairs, and the paint may fade, but the structure itself remains standing. Strong friendships are built in much the same way. They survive because years of trust create a foundation that temporary distance cannot easily break. Your brain does something remarkable with people it deeply trusts. After enough positive experiences, it stops treating the relationship as uncertain. Instead, it creates a stable expectation that this person is part of your life, even if they are not physically present every day. That expectation does not disappear simply because communication becomes less frequent. It remains quietly stored until the next time you reconnect. This level of trust takes a long time to develop. It is built through hundreds of conversations, shared struggles, private jokes, difficult moments, and memories that become part of your identity. Over time, your brain gathers so much evidence that it no longer questions the relationship every time communication slows. The friendship has already proven itself. Imagine reading your favorite book. You do not forget the story just because you close it for a few months. The characters still feel familiar when you return because the connection already exists inside your memory. Deep friendships often work in the same way. The relationship pauses, but it does not disappear. The emotional understanding remains ready to continue where it left off. Life naturally creates seasons where silence becomes unavoidable. Careers become demanding, families grow, people move across countries, responsibilities multiply in ways nobody expected. Healthy friendships understand that these changes are often about circumstance rather than affection. Instead of assuming the worst, both people trust that the bond still exists beneath the temporary distance. Psychologists describe trust as reducing uncertainty, and that idea explains a great deal about lasting friendships. When trust is strong enough, silence no longer creates immediate fear. You do not spend every day wondering whether the friendship is over, because your brain already has years of evidence telling it otherwise. That emotional security allows the relationship to survive periods that would have damaged a weaker connection. Of course, silence alone does not preserve a friendship forever. If years pass without any effort from either person, even the strongest bond can slowly weaken. Shared memories remain, but without new experiences, the relationship eventually becomes tied more to the past than the present. Long-lasting friendships survive silence because both people eventually return, rebuilding the connection before too much distance accumulates. Interestingly, these reunions often feel emotionally powerful because they remind both people why the friendship mattered in the first place. The familiar laughter, the effortless understanding, and the feeling of being completely accepted return almost immediately. Those moments strengthen the relationship all over again, creating fresh memories that prepare it for whatever challenges come next. Perhaps that is the greatest difference between ordinary friendships and extraordinary ones. Ordinary friendships depend on constant contact to feel secure. Extraordinary friendships depend on something much deeper. They are built on years of reliability, kindness, honesty, and shared experiences that become woven into both lives. Communication may pause, but the trust beneath it remains remarkably resilient. The hidden mathematics of friendship reveals that silence is not always the enemy of connection. Sometimes it is simply another test of the strength that has already been built. When enough trust, loyalty, and shared history exist, months of silence become only a small gap inside a much larger story. And when those friends finally meet again, they discover that the relationship was never waiting to be restarted. It was quietly waiting to continue. The invisible cost of maintaining too many friendships. It sounds like the perfect life. hundreds of contacts in your phone, endless group chats, invitations every weekend, a social calendar that is always full. From the outside, it looks like success. Most people assume the more friends you have, the happier and more connected you must feel. But beneath that image is a quiet reality that almost nobody talks about. Every friendship has a cost. Not a financial cost, but a cost measured in time, attention, emotional energy, and mental space. The more relationships you try to maintain, the more thinly those invisible resources become stretched. At first, this idea feels strange because friendship is usually seen as something that only adds value to life. More support, more laughter, more memories. All of that is true, but your brain has limits that no amount of good intentions can overcome. Every meaningful relationship asks for regular conversations, shared experiences, emotional support, and simple moments of presence. Those hours have to come from somewhere, and there are only so many hours in a day. Think about trying to keep 20 houseplants alive instead of 5. Each plant needs water, sunlight, and care. Miss a day or two, and nothing seems wrong. But over time, as the number of plants keeps growing, giving every single one the attention it deserves becomes almost impossible. Some begin thriving while others slowly weaken, not because you stopped caring, but because your attention became divided. Friendships often follow the same pattern. Your brain is constantly deciding where to spend its emotional energy. When one friend is going through a difficult time, they naturally require more attention. A family member may need support. Work responsibilities increase. Unexpected challenges appear. None of these things are planned, yet they all compete for the same limited emotional resources. As life becomes more demanding, maintaining a large number of close friendships quietly becomes one of the hardest balancing acts we face. Psychologists have long observed that meaningful relationships depend on repeated interaction. Trust grows through consistency, not occasional check-ins. Shared memories are created by spending time together, not simply staying connected online. This is why people often have many acquaintances, but only a small number of truly close friends. Depth requires investment, and investment requires time. Technology creates the illusion that this problem has disappeared. Social media allows us to message dozens of people within minutes. Group chats stay active every day. Photos and updates make it seem like everyone remains connected all the time. But reading someone's post is not the same as understanding how they are really feeling. Pressing a button to react to a photo is not the same as sitting beside them during a difficult conversation. Digital connection reduces distance, but it cannot replace genuine emotional presence. Imagine trying to read 10 books at exactly the same time. You might finish a few chapters of each, but remembering every detail becomes much harder than focusing deeply on one story before moving to the next. Human relationships work similarly. When your attention is scattered across too many people, every individual connection risks becoming a little shallower. This does not mean having a large social circle is a bad thing. Broad networks create opportunities, introduce new ideas, and help people feel part of a larger community. The challenge appears when we expect every relationship to carry the same emotional depth. Your brain simply is not designed to maintain that level of closeness with dozens of people at once. Interestingly, many people experience guilt because of this reality. They feel bad for replying late, forgetting birthdays, or losing touch with people they genuinely care about. They assume they are failing as friends, when in truth they are often reaching the natural limits of human attention. Caring about someone and having enough time to consistently nurture the relationship are not always the same thing. The strongest friendships often survive because both people understand this limitation. They do not compete for constant attention. They appreciate the moments they do share and recognize that life naturally shifts priorities from time to time. Instead of demanding unlimited availability, they value consistency whenever possible and trust that genuine care still exists even during busy seasons. The hidden mathematics of friendship reminds us that relationships are not only built by the number of people we know, they are built by the quality of attention we are able to give. Every meaningful friendship asks for a small piece of your limited time, your emotional energy, and your presence. Those resources are precious because they cannot be multiplied forever. In the end, the richest social life is rarely the one with the most friendships. It is the one where the people who matter most receive enough of you to truly know, trust, and grow alongside the person you are becoming. How shared experiences multiply emotional connection. Have you ever wondered why someone you have known for only a few months can sometimes feel closer than someone you have known for years? It seems to make no sense. One friendship has lasted a decade, while the other is still new. Yet somehow the newer friend understands you better, feels easier to talk to, and has become an important part of your life. The difference is often not time. It is the number of meaningful experiences you have lived through together. Shared experiences have a remarkable ability to multiply emotional connection far faster than the calendar ever could. Most people believe friendships grow simply because time passes. Stay in touch long enough, and eventually you become close. But time by itself changes very little. Two coworkers can sit in the same office for 5 years without ever becoming more than polite acquaintances. Meanwhile, two strangers can spend a single unforgettable week overcoming challenges together and leave feeling like lifelong friends. The clock never created the connection. The experiences did. Think about watching a movie alone versus watching it with someone who laughs, reacts, and remembers every moment with you. Months later, you may forget parts of the film, but you still remember who was sitting beside you. That is because your brain naturally links emotions to people. Every meaningful experience quietly becomes another thread connecting your memories to the person who shared that moment with you. Your brain is constantly asking a simple question: who was here during the moments that mattered? Every exciting adventure, every difficult conversation, every unexpected challenge, and every celebration creates an emotional memory. When another person is consistently part of those memories, your mind begins associating them with some of the most meaningful chapters of your life. Psychologists have found that emotionally significant experiences strengthen relationships because they create powerful shared memories. These memories become reference points that only the people involved fully understand. An inside joke makes no sense to anyone else. A difficult journey means little to outsiders. But for the people who experience those moments together, they become emotional shortcuts that instantly recreate feelings of closeness. Imagine weaving a rope. One strand by itself is easy to break. Add another, then another, and another. Before long, the rope becomes incredibly strong because every strand reinforces the others. Shared experiences work in much the same way. One memory creates a connection. Dozens of memories woven together create a friendship that can withstand enormous pressure. This explains why challenges often strengthen friendships even more than easy moments. Solving problems together creates a sense of partnership that ordinary conversations rarely achieve. Helping each other through stressful situations, celebrating hard-earned successes, or facing uncertainty side by side teaches your brain something important. This person was part of a moment that changed me. That realization gives the relationship far greater emotional weight. Positive experiences have their own power as well. Traveling together, learning a new skill, celebrating milestones, or simply laughing until your stomach hurts creates memories your brain wants to revisit. Every time those stories are remembered, the emotional bond becomes slightly stronger because the memory is tied to the person who shared it. Interestingly, shared experiences do not have to be dramatic to matter. Some of the strongest friendships are built through ordinary routines repeated over time. Walking home together after school, eating lunch at the same table every day, visiting the same coffee shop every weekend. These moments may seem unimportant while they are happening, yet they quietly accumulate until they become part of the foundation of the friendship. This is also why friendships sometimes weaken after people stop creating new memories together. The old stories remain meaningful, but without fresh experiences, the relationship slowly becomes connected more to the past than the present. The strongest friendships continue finding ways to add new chapters instead of relying only on the ones they already share. Perhaps that is why reunions with old friends can feel so powerful. Within minutes, forgotten memories return, and the emotions attached to those moments come rushing back. It is not just nostalgia. Your brain is reopening a collection of experiences that helped define an important part of your life. Those memories remind you why the friendship mattered in the first place. The hidden mathematics of friendship reveals that emotional connection is not simply added one day at a time. It is multiplied through every meaningful experience people share together. Every challenge overcome, every celebration enjoyed, every quiet conversation, and every ordinary moment that becomes unforgettable adds another layer to the relationship. In the end, friendships are not measured only by how long they last. They are measured by how many pieces of life two people have chosen to experience side by side. Why reciprocity predicts the strength of a friendship. Have you ever walked away from a friendship feeling strangely exhausted, even though nothing dramatic had happened? There was no argument, no betrayal, no obvious reason to leave. Yet every conversation left you feeling like you were carrying something alone. Then there are other friendships that somehow leave you energized. You both listen. You both laugh. You both make an effort. Without ever discussing it, the relationship feels balanced. That difference is not random. It is driven by one of the most powerful forces behind every lasting friendship: reciprocity. Most people hear that word and immediately think about returning favors. If someone buys you lunch, you buy them lunch next time. But real reciprocity goes much deeper than that. It is the quiet exchange of care, attention, honesty, support, and effort that happens over months and years. It is not about matching every action perfectly. It is about both people continuing to invest in the relationship so neither person feels like they are carrying it alone. Imagine playing catch with someone. As long as both people keep throwing the ball back, the game continues effortlessly. Neither person has to think about it very much because the exchange feels natural. But what happens if one person catches every throw and never throws the ball back? The game ends almost immediately. Friendships work in much the same way. They survive because emotional energy keeps moving in both directions. Your brain is constantly paying attention to this exchange, even when you are not consciously aware of it. Every time someone checks on you after a difficult day, remembers something important you mentioned weeks ago, or makes time for you when life becomes busy, your mind quietly records another sign that the relationship matters to them. Those moments create a growing sense of security because they show that the friendship is not resting on one person's effort alone. Psychologists have long studied reciprocity because it appears in almost every healthy human relationship. From early communities to modern friendships, cooperation has always helped people survive and thrive. Our brains naturally respond positively to people who consistently contribute because mutual support creates predictability. When both people give and receive over time, trust becomes much easier to build. Interestingly, reciprocity does not require everything to be equal all the time. Life is constantly changing. One friend may need much more support during a difficult year, while the other becomes the one offering help. Later, those roles may completely reverse. Healthy friendships can handle these temporary imbalances because both people believe the relationship will naturally find its balance again. What matters is the long-term pattern, not the score after every interaction. Think about the people you trust most. Chances are they are not simply generous. They also allow you to support them when they need it. That is an overlooked part of reciprocity. Accepting help can strengthen a friendship just as much as offering it, because it allows both people to feel valuable. Relationships become deeper when each person has the opportunity to care for the other. Problems usually begin when reciprocity quietly disappears. One friend always sends the first message. One always apologizes after disagreements. One always rearranges their schedule to make plans while the other rarely does the same. At first, these differences seem small enough to ignore, but your brain notices the pattern long before you consciously admit it. Eventually, enthusiasm begins turning into obligation because the emotional exchange no longer feels balanced. This imbalance often creates misunderstandings. The person giving more may believe the other no longer cares, while the other may have no idea their actions are creating that impression. They may assume everything is fine simply because nothing has been said. Meanwhile, tiny disappointments continue accumulating beneath the surface until the friendship feels very different than it once did. The beautiful thing about reciprocity is that it does not depend on grand gestures. Small, consistent actions are usually far more powerful. A thoughtful message, remembering an important conversation, showing up when you promised you would, listening without distractions. These ordinary moments quietly reassure your brain that the relationship continues moving in both directions. Perhaps this is why the strongest friendships often feel surprisingly effortless. It is not because they require no work. It is because both people are doing the work together. Neither person constantly wonders whether they matter because each interaction provides another small reminder that they do. Over time, those reminders become so consistent that trust no longer depends on hope. It rests on years of shared commitment. The hidden mathematics of friendship reveals that the strongest relationships are not built by one extraordinary act of loyalty or generosity. They are built through countless moments where both people continue choosing each other. Every conversation, every favor, every act of kindness, and every moment of support quietly strengthens an invisible balance. When that balance is maintained, friendship stops feeling like something one person must carry. It becomes something two people naturally build together, one shared moment at a time. The hidden role of coincidences in building social bonds. Think about the closest friends in your life for a moment. Now rewind to the very beginning. The first meeting probably did not feel historic. It may have been a random seat in a classroom, a delayed train, a mutual friend inviting you both to the same gathering, or an ordinary conversation that almost never happened. At the time, it felt completely insignificant. Yet years later, that tiny accident became the starting point of one of the most meaningful relationships in your life. It makes you wonder how many life-changing friendships began with nothing more than an ordinary coincidence. We love believing that our closest relationships were destined to happen. It feels comforting because it gives our lives a sense of order. But if you look closely, chance quietly appears again and again. A last-minute invitation, a missed bus, a new job, a vacation you almost canceled, a simple decision to arrive 5 minutes earlier than usual. Each of these moments changes who you meet, who you talk to, and who eventually becomes part of your story. At first, this can feel unsettling. If coincidence plays such a large role, does that mean friendship is just luck? Not at all. Coincidence opens the door, but it does not decide what happens after that. Two strangers can experience the exact same coincidence and never speak again. What transforms an accident into a lasting friendship is everything that follows. The conversation, the curiosity, the shared experiences, the trust built one interaction at a time. Imagine throwing thousands of seeds across a field. Most never grow because the conditions are not right. A few land in places with enough sunlight, water, and healthy soil. Those are the ones that become trees. Coincidences work in much the same way. They scatter opportunities throughout your life, but only some of them land where a real friendship has the chance to grow. Your brain is surprisingly good at finding meaning after the fact. Once a friendship becomes important, it starts looking backward and connecting every small event that led to it. Suddenly, the random invitation feels like fate. The unexpected meeting seems perfectly timed. Looking back, everything appears connected. But while you were living those moments, they felt completely ordinary. Psychologists often describe this as our tendency to create coherent stories from unpredictable events. The human mind dislikes randomness because uncertainty feels uncomfortable. So it naturally builds narratives that make life seem more organized than it actually is. That does not make the friendship any less meaningful. It simply reminds us that meaningful relationships often begin in wonderfully ordinary ways. Coincidences also create something incredibly valuable. They introduce diversity into our social lives. If you only became friends with people you deliberately searched for, your world would likely become very predictable. Instead, unexpected encounters bring people with different backgrounds, interests, and personalities into your life. Some of the people who shape you the most are often the ones you never would have thought to meet. Think about all the friendships that exist because someone changed plans at the last minute. A person who almost skipped university orientation. A coworker who transferred departments. A neighbor who moved into the apartment next door. A stranger who happened to ask for directions. None of these moments were carefully designed to create lifelong friendships, yet many of them quietly did exactly that. The remarkable part is that coincidence becomes more powerful when people remain open to it. Someone who smiles at strangers, accepts invitations, starts conversations, and stays curious naturally creates more opportunities for chance encounters to become meaningful connections. They are not luckier than everyone else. They simply give coincidence more chances to work. Of course, not every random meeting becomes important. Most people we encounter continue walking through life without ever becoming part of our story. But every meaningful friendship was once just another unfamiliar face. The difference is that one ordinary interaction continued while countless others quietly ended. Perhaps that is what makes friendship so extraordinary. We spend so much time searching for certainty, yet some of the most important relationships in our lives begin with events that could easily have happened differently. A different decision, a different route home, or a different conversation could have changed everything. Instead, one small coincidence created an opportunity, and two people chose to keep showing up for each other. The hidden mathematics of friendship reminds us that life is shaped by far more than careful planning. Invisible moments of chance are constantly creating possibilities we cannot predict. Most disappear without leaving a trace, but every once in a while, one ordinary coincidence becomes the beginning of a relationship that changes your life forever. Looking back, it may feel impossible to imagine your world without that person, yet it all started with a moment that almost never happened at all. Why friendships follow predictable life cycles. Think about the people who were once at the center of your world. The friend you could not imagine living without in school. The coworker you spoke to every single day. The neighbor who knew everything about your life. Some of those people are probably still with you. Others slowly became memories without either of you ever planning for that to happen. It feels deeply personal when a friendship changes, but there is something surprising hidden beneath those changes. Friendships often follow predictable life cycles, much like everything else that grows, evolves, and eventually transforms. Most of us believe a strong friendship should remain exactly the same forever. If the bond is real, we imagine nothing should change except the number of years behind it. But life does not stand still, and neither do the people living it. Careers change, families grow, dreams shift, priorities evolve. As people move through different chapters of life, their friendships naturally move through different chapters as well. Imagine a tree growing through the seasons. During spring, new branches appear almost effortlessly. Summer brings steady growth. Autumn changes the shape of the tree, and winter strips away what is no longer needed before another cycle begins. The tree is still alive through every season, but it never looks exactly the same. Friendships often follow a similar rhythm. They are not failing because they change. They are responding to the changing conditions of life. Every friendship begins with discovery. Two strangers slowly become familiar through repeated conversations and shared experiences. There is excitement because everything feels new. You learn each other's stories, discover common interests, and begin creating memories together. During this stage, the relationship often grows quickly because every interaction reveals something you did not know before. As trust develops, the friendship enters a much deeper phase. Conversations become more honest. Silence becomes comfortable instead of awkward. You stop worrying about making a perfect impression because both people feel accepted as they truly are. This is often the stage people remember most fondly because the relationship feels stable, effortless, and deeply rewarding. But eventually, life introduces change. New responsibilities appear. Daily routines shift. One person moves away or starts a demanding career. Another begins raising a family or pursuing different goals. None of these changes necessarily reduce affection, yet they naturally reduce the number of opportunities for shared experiences. Without realizing it, the friendship enters another stage where maintaining closeness requires more intention than it once did. Psychologists have long observed that relationships are strongly influenced by shared environments. School, university, neighborhoods, and workplaces naturally create repeated interaction. When those environments disappear, friendships lose one of the invisible forces that help them grow so easily. The relationship can absolutely survive, but it now depends far more on deliberate effort than convenient routine. This is where many people mistakenly believe something has gone wrong. They notice conversations becoming less frequent and assume the friendship is ending. Sometimes it is, but often the relationship is simply adapting to a new stage. Instead of daily contact, it becomes monthly conversations that still carry warmth and understanding. The form changes even when the emotional bond remains. Of course, not every friendship survives every season. Some relationships quietly fade because both people continue growing in different directions. The shared experiences that once connected them become memories instead of ongoing realities. While that can be painful, it is also a natural part of human life. Every friendship teaches something valuable, even if it belongs to only one chapter of your story. Interestingly, some friendships experience unexpected renewal. Two people who drifted apart for years reconnect during a completely different stage of life. They understand each other better than they ever did before because they have both changed in ways that now make the relationship stronger. What once seemed finished becomes the beginning of an entirely new cycle. Perhaps this is why the longest-lasting friendships are rarely the ones that never change. They are the ones flexible enough to change with life itself. They survive new jobs, new cities, new responsibilities, and long periods of silence because both people allow the friendship to evolve instead of demanding it remain exactly as it was years earlier. The hidden mathematics of friendship reminds us that relationships are living things, not permanent snapshots frozen in time. They grow, deepen, adapt, pause, and sometimes fade according to patterns that are far more natural than we often realize. Every stage brings something different to the relationship, and each one shapes who we become. In the end, the strongest friendships are not the ones that avoid change. They are the ones that continue finding new ways to grow through every season life places in their path. The math behind popularity versus genuine connection. Imagine walking into a crowded room where one person seems to know everyone. They are constantly surrounded by people. Their phone never stops buzzing, and their social media is filled with endless photos alongside different faces. Most of us immediately assume they must have the richest social life in the room. Then you notice someone else sitting quietly, talking with only one or two close friends. They know fewer people, receive less attention, and probably seem less impressive from the outside. But if you had to guess which person feels more deeply understood, the answer might completely surprise you. Popularity and genuine connection may look similar on the surface, yet they are built on completely different mathematics. We often confuse being widely known with being deeply valued. From childhood, we are taught to admire people who seem to attract attention effortlessly. The larger the crowd around someone, the more successful they appear socially. But attention and closeness are not the same thing. One measures how many people know your name. The other measures how many people truly know your heart. Think about the difference between a spotlight and a fireplace. A spotlight reaches hundreds of people at once, but it never creates warmth. A fireplace may only gather a few people around it, yet everyone sitting nearby feels its heat. Popularity spreads your presence across many lives. Genuine connection concentrates your presence into a few relationships where trust can fully develop. Your brain has limited emotional resources. Every meaningful friendship requires time, attention, honesty, and shared experiences. As the number of relationships demanding those resources increases, the amount you can invest in each one naturally becomes smaller. This is not because anyone lacks kindness. It is simply because every day contains a limited number of hours and every person has a limited amount of emotional energy. This is why someone can be surrounded by people and still feel profoundly lonely. They may receive endless messages, invitations, and compliments, yet still struggle to find someone they can call during their worst moment. Their social network may be enormous, but very few of those relationships have reached the depth where complete vulnerability feels safe. Psychologists often distinguish between broad social networks and close emotional relationships. Both have value. Large networks expose us to new ideas, opportunities, and experiences. They help us feel connected to a wider community. But emotional security usually comes from a much smaller group of people who consistently show up, listen without judgment, and remain present during life's hardest moments. Imagine trying to water an entire forest with a single bucket. Every tree receives only a few drops. Now imagine watering a small garden with that same bucket. The plants receive enough to truly grow. Friendships work in much the same way. Spreading your attention across hundreds of relationships often leaves very little emotional depth for any individual connection. Interestingly, popularity often depends on visibility, while genuine connection depends on reliability. Visibility attracts people because they notice you. Reliability keeps people because they trust you. One creates recognition. The other creates loyalty. That is why some of the most loved people are not necessarily the most famous inside their social circles. They are simply the ones others know they can depend on. This also explains why losing popularity often feels very different from losing a close friendship. Popularity affects how many people notice your absence. Genuine connection affects whether someone truly feels your absence. One changes your public image. The other changes your emotional world. Your brain places far greater value on relationships where mutual trust already exists because those connections provide security that attention alone never can. Of course, there is nothing wrong with knowing many people. Healthy communities are built through broad networks of acquaintances, coworkers, neighbors, and casual friends. The mistake is believing those numbers automatically create emotional fulfillment. Real closeness still has to be earned through countless conversations, shared experiences, vulnerability, and consistent care. Perhaps that is why many people eventually stop chasing popularity and start protecting genuine friendships instead. As life becomes more complicated, they realize that one trustworthy friend during a crisis is worth more than 100 familiar faces who only know the happiest version of them. Their definition of a rich social life quietly changes from being widely recognized to being deeply understood. The hidden mathematics of friendship reveals that popularity and connection follow completely different equations. Popularity grows by increasing the number of people who know you. Genuine connection grows by increasing the depth of the people who truly understand you. One expands outward across many lives. The other reaches inward through a few extraordinary relationships. And when life becomes difficult, it is almost always depth, not numbers, that proves to be the greatest measure of all. How small acts of kindness produce outsized social returns. Most people believe friendships are built through big moments. An unforgettable trip, a life-changing conversation, a dramatic act of loyalty when everything falls apart. Those moments certainly matter, but they are surprisingly rare. The truth is that most lifelong friendships are shaped by things so small they almost seem invisible. A thoughtful message, holding a door open, remembering someone's favorite drink, asking how an important interview went weeks after they mentioned it. These tiny acts seem insignificant on their own, yet over time they create social returns that are far greater than the effort they require. It feels almost unfair that something so small can have such a powerful effect. We naturally assume the size of an action should match the size of its impact. If a gesture takes only a few seconds, surely it cannot change a relationship very much. But your brain does not judge kindness by effort alone. It judges it by what the action quietly communicates. Every thoughtful gesture sends the same hidden message. I noticed you. I remembered you. You matter to me. Think about dropping a single pebble into a still lake. The pebble is tiny compared to the size of the water, yet the ripples continue spreading long after it disappears beneath the surface. Small acts of kindness work in much the same way. The action itself may last only a moment, but the emotional effect often continues for days, weeks, or even years. Your brain is constantly searching for evidence that you are valued by the people around you, not through grand speeches or expensive gifts, but through ordinary moments that show genuine attention. When someone remembers something personal you shared weeks ago, your mind interprets that as proof that you occupied space in their thoughts, even when you were not together. That feeling creates emotional security in a way that dramatic gestures often cannot. Psychologists have found that relationships are strengthened through consistent positive interactions rather than occasional extraordinary ones. Every small act of care becomes another piece of evidence that someone is reliable, thoughtful, and emotionally present. Over time, those moments accumulate until your brain begins expecting warmth whenever that person is around. Trust quietly grows because kindness has become predictable instead of accidental. Imagine building a savings account. Depositing a huge amount once feels impressive, but making small deposits every week often creates something even more valuable over the long term. Friendships follow a remarkably similar pattern. Tiny acts of kindness are emotional deposits. Individually, they seem modest, yet together they build a reserve of trust, gratitude, and affection that can carry a relationship through difficult times. This also explains why people rarely forget simple acts of kindness during painful moments. A friend bringing food when you were overwhelmed. A message arriving exactly when you needed encouragement. Someone quietly sitting beside you without trying to solve your problems. None of these actions required extraordinary effort, but they arrived when they mattered most. Your brain connects the kindness with relief, making the memory surprisingly powerful. Interestingly, kindness has a multiplying effect inside social groups. When someone experiences genuine care, they often become more likely to offer that same care to someone else. One thoughtful gesture inspires another, and before long an entire group begins feeling more supportive. The original act may have involved only two people, yet its influence quietly spreads throughout the community. Of course, kindness alone does not create healthy friendships if it is never returned. Relationships still need honesty, trust, mutual respect, and shared effort. But kindness often becomes the first signal that opens the door to everything else. It lowers emotional defenses, encourages conversation, and makes vulnerability feel a little safer than it did before. Perhaps the most beautiful part is that these moments usually go unnoticed by the person creating them. They do not realize that remembering a birthday, checking in after a stressful week, or offering a few sincere words of encouragement may become one of the memories another person carries for years. What feels ordinary to one person can become unforgettable to another because of when and how it was given. The hidden mathematics of friendship reveals that relationships are rarely transformed by constant grand gestures. They are strengthened through countless moments of ordinary kindness, repeated with genuine care. Every thoughtful action quietly adds another layer of trust, another reason to feel appreciated, and another reminder that someone truly sees you. In the end, the smallest acts often produce the greatest social returns, because they change not only how people feel in the moment, but how they remember the relationship for years to come. Why emotional availability changes friendship outcomes. Have you ever met someone who seemed like they could have become an incredible friend? Yet somehow the relationship never went anywhere. You enjoyed talking to them. You respected them. You even had plenty in common. But every conversation stayed on the surface. Every plan felt uncertain. And eventually the connection faded without either of you doing anything obviously wrong. Then, at another point in your life, you met someone completely different, and within months, they became one of the closest people you had ever known. The difference was not always personality. Very often, it was emotional availability. Most people think friendship is decided by compatibility. If two people share enough interests and values, the relationship should naturally grow. But compatibility only creates potential. Emotional availability determines whether that potential can actually become something real. Without it, even the strongest connection struggles to take root. Imagine trying to grow a plant in dry soil. The seed may be healthy. The sunlight may be perfect. Everything appears ready for growth except one essential ingredient: water. Without it, nothing develops. Emotional availability plays the same role in friendship. It is the willingness to be present, open, and genuinely engaged with another person. Without that, the relationship may survive for a while, but it rarely becomes deeply meaningful. Your brain is constantly searching for signs that another person is emotionally present. Are they truly listening, or simply waiting for their turn to speak? Do they remember important conversations? Can they stay with difficult emotions instead of changing the subject? These moments seem ordinary, but they quietly tell your mind whether it is safe to invest more of yourself in the relationship. Psychologists have found that emotional responsiveness is one of the strongest predictors of relationship quality. When someone consistently acknowledges your feelings, pays attention to your experiences, and responds with genuine interest, your brain begins lowering its emotional defenses. Vulnerability becomes less risky because previous experiences have shown that your openness will be met with understanding rather than indifference. Think about the difference between talking to someone who is fully present and someone who is constantly distracted. The words may be exactly the same, but the emotional experience is completely different. One conversation leaves you feeling heard. The other leaves you wondering whether anything you said truly mattered. Over time, your brain naturally moves toward the relationships where it feels understood. This also explains why timing matters so much in friendship. Emotional availability is not only about personality, it is also about circumstance. Someone dealing with overwhelming stress, grief, burnout, or major life changes may simply not have the emotional capacity to build new relationships, even if they genuinely want to. Their inability to connect is often not a reflection of how much they value you. It reflects how much they are already carrying. Interestingly, emotional availability creates a powerful cycle. When one person opens up and is met with kindness, the other often feels safer doing the same. Trust begins growing in both directions. Each honest conversation makes the next one easier, and before long the friendship reaches a depth that would have seemed impossible during the early stages. Openness encourages openness, and understanding encourages even greater understanding. The opposite pattern can quietly stop a friendship before it ever has a chance to grow. If one person consistently avoids meaningful conversations, dismisses emotions, or keeps everyone at a distance, the other person gradually stops sharing as well. The friendship may continue through casual conversations and occasional meetings, but it rarely develops into the kind of relationship where both people feel completely known. Of course, being emotionally available does not mean sharing every thought or feeling with everyone you meet. Healthy friendships still need boundaries, privacy, and balance. Emotional availability simply means being willing to let another person genuinely know you over time and showing the same willingness to know them in return. It is not about revealing everything at once. It is about refusing to hide behind emotional walls forever. Perhaps that is why the strongest friendships often feel so comforting. You are not constantly performing, pretending, or carefully choosing every word. You know you can celebrate your happiest moments without being judged and face your hardest moments without being abandoned. That kind of safety is incredibly rare, and once your brain experiences it, it becomes one of the strongest reasons the friendship continues to grow. The hidden mathematics of friendship reveals that relationships are shaped by far more than shared interests or compatible personalities. They grow when two people are emotionally ready to see, hear, and understand each other beyond the surface. Every moment of genuine presence, every honest conversation, and every act of compassionate listening quietly changes the equation. In the end, friendships are not built only by meeting the right people. They are built by being emotionally available when the right people finally arrive. The silent equations behind group acceptance and exclusion. Walk into any new group of people, and something invisible begins happening almost immediately. Nobody announces the rules. Nobody hands you a guide explaining how to fit in. Yet within minutes, your brain is quietly trying to answer a question that humans have been asking for thousands of years. Do I belong here? At the very same time, everyone else is unconsciously asking a similar question about you. Will this person become part of our group? It feels deeply personal when we are accepted or excluded, but hidden beneath those emotions are silent patterns that shape almost every social circle. Most people believe acceptance depends entirely on being likable. If you are funny enough, confident enough, or interesting enough, people will naturally welcome you. While those qualities can certainly help, they are only part of the story. Groups are not simply collections of individuals. They are living systems that quietly protect their routines, shared values, and existing relationships. Before someone becomes part of that system, the group unconsciously looks for signs that the new person will strengthen rather than disrupt it. Imagine dropping a new puzzle piece onto a nearly completed puzzle. It is not judged only by how beautiful it looks. It is judged by whether it fits with the pieces already in place. Human groups often work the same way. Acceptance is not just about how impressive someone is. It is about how naturally they connect with the people who are already there. Your brain is constantly reading subtle social signals without you realizing it. Who laughs at whose jokes? Who listens when others speak? Who includes quieter people in conversations? Who dominates every discussion? These tiny observations help your mind predict whether someone will cooperate with the group or compete against it. Most of these calculations happen automatically, long before anyone forms a conscious opinion. Psychologists have found that people are naturally drawn toward those who make social interactions feel easier rather than more complicated. Someone who shows genuine interest, respects existing relationships, and contributes positively to conversations often becomes accepted more quickly than someone trying to become the center of attention. Groups usually value emotional safety over individual performance. This also explains why joining an established friend group can sometimes feel surprisingly difficult. The challenge is not always about being accepted as a person. Existing members already share inside jokes, routines, memories, and unspoken expectations that have developed over months or even years. A newcomer has not yet experienced those moments, so it naturally takes time before they begin feeling like part of the shared story. Think about joining a conversation halfway through. Everyone else already understands the topic because they have been talking for several minutes. You need time to understand the context before contributing naturally. Becoming part of a social group follows a remarkably similar process. Shared history cannot be created instantly. It has to be built through repeated experiences over time. Exclusion, on the other hand, is often misunderstood. We tend to assume being left out always means people dislike us. Sometimes that is true, but many times it is not. Groups have limited time, attention, and emotional energy just like individuals do. Existing friendships naturally become stronger because they have accumulated more shared experiences. New relationships simply need time to reach the same level of trust. Of course, intentional exclusion does happen, and it can leave deep emotional wounds. Human brains are remarkably sensitive to rejection because belonging has always been essential for survival. Even small moments of being ignored or overlooked can feel much larger than they appear because your mind interprets them as possible threats to social security. That emotional reaction is not weakness. It is part of how we evolved to protect our place within communities. Interestingly, the people who become most accepted are often those who quietly help others feel accepted as well. They introduce strangers into conversations, remember names, invite quieter people to participate, and make space instead of competing for it. Rather than chasing approval, they create an environment where everyone feels more comfortable. Ironically, this often makes others want them around even more. The hidden mathematics of friendship reveals that acceptance and exclusion are rarely determined by popularity alone. They emerge from countless silent calculations involving trust, shared values, emotional safety, and repeated interaction. Every smile, every conversation, every act of inclusion, and every shared experience quietly changes the equation. In the end, belonging is not about becoming exactly like everyone else. It is about finding the place where your presence naturally strengthens the connections that already exist while creating room for new ones to grow. How conflict can either strengthen or destroy a friendship. The moment a disagreement appears in a friendship, most people quietly panic. They assume something has gone wrong. Maybe the relationship is falling apart. Maybe this is the beginning of the end. It feels natural to think that way because conflict is uncomfortable. It creates tension where there was once ease and certainty. But here is the surprising truth. Conflict is not what determines whether a friendship survives. The way two people handle that conflict is what changes everything. In fact, some of the strongest friendships exist today because they survived arguments that could easily have destroyed them. We often imagine healthy friendships as relationships without disagreements. Two people who always understand each other, never argue, and never hurt each other's feelings. It sounds ideal, but it is almost impossible. Every person carries different experiences, expectations, insecurities, and ways of communicating. Eventually, those differences collide. The real question is not whether conflict will happen. The real question is whether both people are willing to grow through it instead of running from it. Imagine forging a sword. Raw metal is heated until it becomes almost unbearable. Then it is shaped under intense pressure before cooling into something much stronger than it was before. Without that heat and pressure, the metal never reaches its full strength. Friendships can follow a surprisingly similar process. Difficult conversations often reveal weaknesses in the relationship, but they also create the opportunity to build something stronger than what existed before. Your brain pays close attention to what happens after trust is challenged. If someone hurts your feelings but listens sincerely, accepts responsibility, and makes an effort to repair the damage, your mind learns something important. This person values the relationship enough to protect it even when things become uncomfortable. That lesson often strengthens trust more than years of smooth conversations ever could. Psychologists have found that successful relationships are not defined by the absence of conflict. Instead, they are defined by successful repair. Repair happens when both people move toward understanding instead of winning. They become curious instead of defensive. They focus on solving the problem instead of proving who was right. Those moments teach the brain that disagreements are not threats to the relationship. They are challenges that can be overcome together. Think about a bridge stretching across a river. Every day it carries weight from people crossing back and forth. If the bridge is never maintained, tiny cracks slowly become dangerous fractures. But when problems are repaired early, the bridge becomes capable of carrying even heavier loads. Friendships work much the same way. Small misunderstandings that are honestly discussed often prevent much larger problems from forming later. Interestingly, conflict also reveals the true priorities of both people. During calm moments, almost anyone can appear patient, understanding, and supportive. But disagreements expose character in ways ordinary conversations cannot. Does someone listen even when they disagree? Can they apologize without protecting their pride? Are they willing to forgive instead of collecting resentment? These choices quietly determine whether the friendship becomes stronger or weaker after every disagreement. Of course, not every conflict should be survived. Some friendships become unhealthy because respect disappears completely. Repeated dishonesty, manipulation, cruelty, or constant disrespect slowly erode the foundation that trust depends upon. In those situations, continuing the friendship may cause more harm than healing. Strong relationships require conflict, but they also require kindness, accountability, and genuine care. Without those qualities, arguments stop being opportunities for growth and become patterns of emotional damage. One of the biggest reasons friendships fail after disagreements is that people begin guessing instead of communicating. Silence replaces honesty. Assumptions replace questions. Small misunderstandings grow larger because neither person is willing to say what they are actually feeling. Your brain naturally fills missing information with its own explanations, and those explanations are often far more negative than reality. The strongest friendships interrupt this pattern. Instead of allowing distance to grow, both people choose uncomfortable honesty. They ask questions before making conclusions. They explain their feelings without attacking each other. They remain focused on protecting the relationship rather than protecting their own ego. Every repaired disagreement becomes another piece of evidence that the friendship can survive difficult moments. Perhaps that is why some lifelong friends describe arguments as turning points rather than failures. Looking back, they realize those difficult conversations created deeper understanding than years of avoiding uncomfortable topics ever could. The friendship did not become stronger because of the conflict itself. It became stronger because both people chose the relationship over the argument. The hidden mathematics of friendship reveals that conflict is never the true enemy of connection. Avoidance, pride, and unresolved resentment are far more dangerous. Every disagreement presents two possible equations. One leads toward greater trust through honesty, understanding, and repair. The other leads toward distance through silence and defensiveness. In the end, friendships are rarely destroyed by having problems. They are shaped by whether two people decide those problems are worth solving together. Why memory bias changes how we value old friends. Have you ever looked back at an old friendship and wondered whether it was really as wonderful as you remember? Maybe you miss someone you have not spoken to in years and find yourself thinking only about the laughter, the adventures, and the unforgettable moments you shared. Then, if you read through old messages or remember the full story, you suddenly realize there were also misunderstandings, long silences, and difficult periods you had almost completely forgotten. It raises a fascinating question. Are we remembering our old friendships accurately, or is our own mind quietly rewriting the story? Most people believe memories work like recordings. We imagine our brain stores the past exactly as it happened, ready to be replayed whenever we want. But memory does not work that way. Every time you remember an experience, your brain reconstructs it instead of replaying it. That means your emotions, your current situation, and even the passage of time can change how the past feels. The friendship itself never changed. Your memory of it did. Imagine looking at an old photograph that has slowly faded over the years. Some colors become softer. Tiny details disappear. Certain parts stand out more than others. The picture still represents the same moment, but it no longer looks exactly as it once did. Your memories behave in a remarkably similar way. Over time, the sharp edges often soften, while the emotional highlights become easier to remember. Your brain naturally simplifies the past because storing every tiny detail would be impossible. Instead, it keeps the moments that carried the strongest emotions. The biggest laughs, the hardest conversations, the unforgettable adventures, and the painful endings become the landmarks your memory returns to again and again. Everything in between gradually fades into the background. Psychologists have found that people often experience what is known as a positivity bias when remembering meaningful relationships. As time passes, many unpleasant details become less emotionally intense, while positive experiences remain surprisingly vivid. This helps explain why childhood friendships often feel almost magical when we think about them years later. We are remembering the emotional peaks more clearly than the ordinary frustrations that existed between them. This does not mean your memories are false. The joy was real. The connection mattered. But your brain is giving more attention to certain parts of the story than others. In many ways, it is creating a summary instead of preserving every chapter equally. Think about your favorite song. After years of listening to it, you probably remember the chorus far better than every single verse. The chorus carries the strongest emotion, so it naturally becomes the part your mind returns to first. Friendships are remembered in much the same way. Your brain keeps replaying the emotional chorus while quietly forgetting many of the ordinary moments that surrounded it. Interestingly, the opposite can happen as well. If a friendship ended through betrayal or deep disappointment, your mind may begin viewing the entire relationship through the lens of that final experience. Years of kindness suddenly feel smaller because one painful memory becomes the dominant story. Your brain is trying to protect you from future hurt, so it gives extra weight to the ending even if it does not represent the whole relationship. This explains why two people can remember the exact same friendship in completely different ways. Each person's brain highlights different experiences based on what mattered most to them emotionally. One remembers constant support and laughter. The other remembers feeling overlooked during difficult moments. Neither memory is necessarily wrong. They are simply built from different emotional pieces of the same shared history. Memory bias also shapes how we compare old friends with new ones. A current friendship includes everyday misunderstandings, busy schedules, and ordinary imperfections because you are living through them right now. An old friendship, however, has already been filtered by time. Many of the rough edges have faded, making the past seem warmer than the present. This can create the illusion that friendships used to be better, when in reality your brain has simply edited the memories. Perhaps that is why reconnecting with an old friend can feel so surprising. Sometimes the warmth returns immediately because the bond was genuinely strong. Other times, you realize the person has changed. You have changed, and the friendship belongs to a different chapter of life. The memory was real, but it was never the complete picture. The hidden mathematics of friendship reveals that we do not value old friends only because of what happened between us. We value them because of the stories our minds continue telling about those experiences. Every memory is quietly shaped by emotion, time, and perspective until the friendship becomes part history and part interpretation. In the end, the people we once loved continue living inside us not only through the moments we shared, but through the way our minds choose to remember them long after those moments have passed. The invisible trade-off between friendship quantity and quality. At first glance, the answer seems obvious. If having good friends makes life better, then having even more friends should make life even better. It sounds perfectly logical. More people to laugh with, more invitations, more support, more opportunities. But if that were true, the happiest people would simply be the ones with the largest contact lists. Yet real life tells a very different story. Some people know hundreds of others and still feel lonely, while someone with only a handful of close friends can feel completely supported. Hidden beneath every social life is an invisible trade-off that quietly shapes the quality of every relationship you have. We naturally admire large social circles because numbers are easy to see. You can count followers, contacts, and acquaintances. You can see crowded parties and busy group chats. Deep connection, on the other hand, is almost invisible. You cannot measure trust with a photograph or loyalty with a number. That is why quantity often receives more attention, even though quality usually has the greater impact on happiness. Imagine trying to light an entire field with one small candle. The flame spreads its light everywhere, but it becomes faint across such a large space. Now imagine using that same candle to warm a single room. The light feels brighter because it is concentrated. Your emotional energy works in much the same way. The more relationships it is divided between, the less attention each individual friendship naturally receives. Your brain has limited resources for maintaining close relationships. Every meaningful friendship requires time, emotional presence, shared experiences, honest conversations, and consistent effort. These are not unlimited resources. Every hour spent strengthening one relationship is an hour that cannot be spent somewhere else. Whether we notice it or not, we are constantly making choices about where our attention goes. Psychologists have long observed that people naturally organize their friendships into different layers of closeness. We may know hundreds of people, regularly speak with dozens, but only trust a small number with our deepest thoughts and hardest moments. This pattern appears across cultures because it reflects the natural limits of human attention rather than personal failure. Think about your favorite teacher growing up. If they had 100 students, they probably cared about every one of them, but they could never know each student's fears, dreams, strengths, and struggles equally well. The limitation was never kindness. It was time. Friendships face exactly the same challenge. Caring deeply about many people is possible. Investing deeply in all of them at once is not. Technology often hides this reality. Social media makes it feel as though everyone remains connected all the time. A few messages, a quick reaction, or a comment on someone's photo creates the impression that the relationship is being maintained. While these interactions can certainly help people stay in touch, they rarely replace the emotional depth created through real conversations and shared experiences. Interestingly, having a larger social network still offers important benefits. You meet different kinds of people, discover new opportunities, and gain access to ideas you might never have encountered otherwise. Broad networks expand your world. Close friendships, however, give that world emotional stability. One creates possibility. The other creates belonging. Both matter, but they serve completely different purposes. Problems begin when people mistake one for the other. Someone may spend enormous energy collecting more social connections while unintentionally neglecting the friendships that already matter most. Over time, they become surrounded by familiar faces, but struggle to find someone they can truly depend on when life becomes difficult. The network grows larger while the emotional foundation quietly becomes weaker. The strongest friendships survive because they receive something incredibly valuable: consistent attention. They are strengthened through ordinary conversations, remembered promises, shared challenges, and simple moments of presence that cannot be rushed. Those investments may seem small on any given day, but over years they create trust that no large collection of casual relationships can easily replace. Perhaps that is why many people gradually change their priorities as they grow older. Instead of asking how many friends they have, they begin asking who they can truly call when everything falls apart. They stop measuring their social life by numbers and start measuring it by reliability, honesty, and emotional safety. The friendships become fewer, but they often become far richer. The hidden mathematics of friendship reveals that every relationship exists inside an invisible equation of time and attention. Expanding your circle creates new opportunities, while deepening your closest bonds creates lasting security. Neither path is wrong, but every new friendship asks for a share of your limited emotional resources. In the end, the richest social life is rarely the one with the greatest number of connections. It is the one where the people who matter most receive enough care, trust, and presence for those connections to become truly unforgettable. How social feedback loops reinforce close relationships. Have you ever noticed how some friendships seem to become stronger almost effortlessly? At first, two people barely know each other. Then they start talking more often. Those conversations become longer. They begin spending more time together, sharing more personal stories, and trusting each other with bigger parts of their lives. Before either of them realizes it, they have become inseparable. It almost feels like the friendship has a life of its own, growing faster and stronger without anyone consciously trying to make it happen. What is actually happening is something surprisingly powerful. The relationship has entered a social feedback loop. Most people imagine friendships growing in a straight line. Spend enough time together, and the relationship slowly becomes closer. But real friendships often grow more like a snowball rolling down a hill. Every positive interaction makes the next one slightly more likely. Every shared experience creates another reason to spend time together. Every moment of trust encourages even greater trust. The friendship begins strengthening itself. Imagine pushing a swing at a playground. One gentle push starts the movement. Each push that follows arrives at exactly the right moment, making the swing travel higher than before. If the timing continues, very little effort is needed to keep the motion going. Friendships work in a remarkably similar way. Every positive interaction adds a little more momentum until staying connected begins feeling completely natural. Your brain is constantly learning from previous experiences. When spending time with someone repeatedly leaves you feeling understood, appreciated, or happier than before, your mind starts expecting future interactions with that person to be rewarding as well. That expectation makes you more likely to reach out again. The other person often feels the same way, creating another positive experience that reinforces the pattern all over again. Psychologists have found that positive relationships often become self-reinforcing because trust encourages openness. Openness creates deeper conversations, and deeper conversations strengthen trust even further. None of these steps happen in isolation. Each one quietly supports the next until the friendship develops a rhythm that feels almost effortless. Think about learning a new language with a friend. At first, practicing together feels awkward because neither of you knows very much. But every session makes both of you slightly better. As your confidence grows, conversations become easier, which makes practicing more enjoyable. Because it is more enjoyable, you practice even more. Improvement creates motivation, and motivation creates further improvement. Strong friendships often grow through the exact same kind of cycle. This also explains why laughter is so powerful in building relationships. Sharing genuine laughter creates positive emotions that your brain immediately connects with the people around you. The next time you see those same people, your mind already expects another enjoyable experience. That expectation makes conversations feel easier, increasing the chances that everyone laughs together once again. The opposite process can happen just as easily. If conversations repeatedly end in misunderstanding, disappointment, or emotional distance, your brain begins expecting those outcomes instead. You hesitate before reaching out. The other person notices your hesitation and becomes less likely to initiate contact as well. Without anyone intending it, the friendship slowly enters a negative feedback loop where reduced effort leads to greater distance, and greater distance reduces effort even further. Fortunately, positive feedback loops can often be rebuilt. Sometimes all it takes is one meaningful conversation, one shared experience, or one sincere act of kindness to interrupt the negative pattern. When both people respond positively, the relationship begins creating new evidence that challenges the old expectations. Slowly, trust starts growing again, one interaction at a time. Interestingly, the strongest friendships are not built because every interaction is perfect. They become strong because positive experiences greatly outnumber negative ones. Small misunderstandings are repaired quickly. Good memories continue accumulating. Support remains consistent. Over time, your brain begins viewing the friendship as a reliable source of comfort, making every future investment in the relationship feel worthwhile. Perhaps this is why some lifelong friendships seem almost impossible to break. Years of positive feedback have created enormous emotional momentum. One disagreement or one busy season cannot erase thousands of moments that taught both people they could rely on each other. The relationship has become resilient because every previous experience continues supporting the next one. The hidden mathematics of friendship reveals that close relationships are not strengthened by isolated moments alone. They grow through repeating cycles where every act of trust encourages more trust. Every shared experience creates another opportunity for connection, and every moment of kindness inspires another in return. Over time, these invisible feedback loops transform ordinary acquaintances into lifelong friends, proving that the strongest bonds are often built not through dramatic events, but through countless positive moments that quietly reinforce one another every single day. Why friendships rarely stay perfectly balanced. There is a picture of friendship that many of us quietly carry in our minds. Two people who give exactly the same amount, care exactly the same amount, make plans equally often, and always need each other to the same degree. It sounds fair. It sounds healthy. It even sounds achievable. But if you look closely at almost every real friendship, you will notice something completely different. The balance is always shifting. Sometimes one person gives more. Sometimes the other does. Sometimes one needs support while the other has the strength to provide it. Perfect balance almost never exists, and surprisingly, it does not have to. Many friendships begin to suffer the moment people expect everything to be equal all the time. One person notices they were the last to send 3 messages. Another realizes they planned the last few outings. Someone else starts wondering whether they care more about the friendship than the other person does. Before long, the relationship begins feeling like an invisible scoreboard where every action is quietly counted. The strange thing is that healthy friendships were never designed to work like perfect accounting systems. Human lives are constantly changing. Energy changes. Responsibilities change. Emotional capacity changes. Expecting two people to contribute the exact same amount every single day ignores the reality that no two lives move through the same season at the same time. Imagine two hikers climbing the same mountain together. At one point, one twists an ankle. Naturally, the other carries more of the equipment for a while. A few miles later, the second hiker becomes exhausted, and the first takes over once they recover. If both insisted on carrying exactly half the weight every minute of the journey, neither would reach the top. Their success depends on adjusting to each other's changing needs, instead of demanding perfect equality. Your brain actually understands this better than you might think. It does not expect every interaction to be perfectly even. Instead, it looks for fairness across the larger story of the relationship. One friend may need extra support after losing a job. Months later, the other may go through a family crisis and receive that same support in return. Looking at only 1 week would make the friendship appear unequal. Looking at several years tells a completely different story. Psychologists often describe healthy relationships as being based on mutual responsiveness rather than constant equality. In other words, what matters is not whether every exchange is identical, but whether both people continue responding to each other's needs over time. That flexibility allows friendships to survive the unpredictable nature of life. This also explains why temporary imbalance rarely damages strong friendships. If your closest friend calls you every night during a difficult month, you probably do not feel burdened by keeping them company. You understand they need you right now. Because years of trust already exist, your brain sees the extra effort as an investment in someone who has also been there for you before. The relationship still feels fair, even though it is temporarily unbalanced. The real danger appears when imbalance becomes permanent instead of temporary. One person always reaches out first. One always apologizes after disagreements. One constantly makes sacrifices while the other simply accepts them without noticing. At first, the difference feels small. Over months or years, however, your brain begins recognizing a pattern. The friendship no longer feels like two people supporting each other. It begins feeling like one person carrying the relationship alone. Interestingly, this pattern often develops without bad intentions. The person receiving more may not even realize how much extra effort the other has been making. Humans naturally notice the work they do more clearly than the work others quietly perform. That is why honest communication becomes so important before small imbalances grow into lasting resentment. The strongest friendships are not the ones where every contribution is perfectly measured. They are the ones where both people trust that the other genuinely cares, even when life temporarily shifts the balance. That trust removes the need to count every favor, every phone call, or every invitation because the relationship has already proven its reliability over time. Perhaps that is the greatest lesson hidden inside lasting friendships. Balance is not something you achieve once and keep forever. It is something that constantly adjusts as two lives continue changing. Some days you will be the one giving more. Other days you will be the one receiving more. Both roles are equally important because every strong friendship eventually requires each person to experience both. The hidden mathematics of friendship reveals that lasting relationships are not built on perfect equality. They are built on long-term fairness, shared commitment, and the confidence that both people will continue showing up whenever they are able. The balance may shift hundreds of times throughout the years, but as long as both hearts remain invested in the journey, the friendship keeps moving forward together. The probability of reconnecting with lost friends. There are people you once spoke to every single day, whose names now appear only occasionally in your memories. You shared jokes that nobody else understood, knew each other's routines without asking, and believed the friendship would always be there. Then life quietly happened. A new city, a demanding job, different priorities. One missed conversation became a month of silence, and somehow months became years. Yet every now and then, you wonder about them. You ask yourself a simple question that feels impossible to answer. What are the chances that we will ever become friends again? Most people think losing touch means a friendship has officially ended. If enough time passes without messages or phone calls, they assume the relationship has disappeared forever. But human relationships are rarely that simple. Some friendships vanish after only a few weeks apart, while others survive years of silence and return almost as though nothing changed. The difference is not luck alone. It depends on invisible patterns that have been shaping the relationship from the very beginning. Imagine an old campfire after everyone has gone home. From a distance, it looks completely cold, but underneath the ashes, a few tiny embers are still glowing. Add fresh wood and a little oxygen, and the fire suddenly comes back to life. Many friendships work in exactly the same way. They may appear finished on the surface, yet the emotional foundation underneath never completely disappeared. Your brain stores close friendships differently from casual relationships. When someone has shared enough meaningful experiences with you, they become part of your personal story rather than just another familiar face. Shared adventures, difficult conversations, inside jokes, and important life moments create emotional pathways that remain surprisingly durable even after long periods without contact. Psychologists have found that emotionally significant memories fade much more slowly than ordinary ones. That is why hearing an old song, walking through a familiar neighborhood, or seeing a forgotten photograph can instantly remind you of someone you have not thought about for years. Your brain was never trying to erase that friendship. It simply moved it into the background while life demanded attention elsewhere. Of course, memory alone does not rebuild a relationship. Reconnection usually happens when two conditions quietly meet at the same time. The emotional bond still exists, and both people become available again. Someone finishes university. A demanding career becomes more stable. Children grow older. A move brings two people back to the same city. Suddenly, the obstacles that once separated them become much smaller than before. Think about two rivers that split around a mountain. For miles they travel in completely different directions, each following its own path. Then, much farther downstream, the landscape changes and both rivers merge once again. Neither river stopped existing during the separation. They were simply following different courses until life created another opportunity to meet. Interestingly, the strongest predictor of successful reconnection is often the quality of the original friendship rather than the amount of time that has passed. If trust, honesty, and genuine care existed before the silence, those qualities often remain waiting beneath the surface. One sincere conversation can reactivate years of emotional familiarity because both people already share a foundation that new friendships still have to build. This is why reconnecting sometimes feels strangely effortless. After a few minutes of conversation, the awkwardness disappears. The old rhythm returns. The laughter sounds familiar. It is not because time stood still. Both people have changed, Rather, the trust built years ago gives the new relationship somewhere solid to begin again. Not every lost friendship follows this path. People grow in different directions. Values change. Lives become filled with responsibilities that leave little room for rebuilding old connections. Sometimes the friendship served its purpose during one chapter of life, and trying to recreate it exactly as it once was only leads to disappointment. Accepting that reality can be just as important as hoping for reconnection. But perhaps the most hopeful truth is this. Many people never realize how often both friends are thinking the same thing at the same time. Each assumes the other has moved on. Each hesitates to send the first message because they fear it might feel awkward. Meanwhile, one small act of courage could reopen a relationship that neither person truly wanted to lose. The hidden mathematics of friendship reveals that reconnection is rarely determined by time alone. It depends on the strength of the memories that remain, the trust that was once built, and whether life eventually brings both people into a season where they are ready to invest again. Some friendships disappear forever, but others simply wait beneath the surface, like quiet embers that need only one genuine moment to burn brightly once again. How life transitions reshape friendship networks. There comes a moment in almost everyone's life when they suddenly look around and realize the people surrounding them are no longer the same ones they once imagined would always be there. The friends you saw every day during school become occasional birthday messages. Coworkers who once knew every detail of your life slowly become distant contacts after changing jobs. New faces quietly take their place, and before you even notice it, your entire social world has been rearranged. It can feel confusing, even painful, because it seems as though friendships are disappearing for no clear reason. But beneath the surface, something much larger is happening. Every major life transition quietly reshapes your friendship network. Most people believe friendships are built only on how much two people like each other. If the bond is strong enough, it should survive anything. But real life introduces forces that have nothing to do with affection. Graduation, new careers, moving to another city, marriage, becoming a parent, or caring for family members all change how people spend their time, where they go, and who they meet. These transitions do not necessarily weaken friendships. They simply change the environment that once allowed those friendships to grow so easily. Imagine a river changing its course after years of flowing in the same direction. The water is still moving, but it now reaches different places, creating new paths while leaving old ones behind. Human relationships behave in much the same way. As life changes direction, our daily routines change with it, and those routines quietly determine who becomes part of our everyday world. Your brain naturally builds strong relationships through repeated interaction. Seeing the same classmates every morning, working beside the same colleagues, or visiting the same neighborhood every weekend creates countless opportunities for conversations to happen without planning them. Those ordinary encounters slowly become trust, shared memories, and genuine friendship. Psychologists have found that physical proximity and regular interaction are among the strongest predictors of lasting relationships. This explains why friendships often flourish during periods when people share the same environment. Remove that shared environment, and maintaining the relationship suddenly requires intentional effort instead of natural routine. Think about a garden growing around a steady source of water. As long as the water continues flowing, the plants thrive with very little attention. But if the water changes direction, The garden must adapt or slowly fade. Friendships experience a similar challenge during major life transitions. The automatic moments that once kept the relationship alive disappear, leaving both people responsible for creating new opportunities to stay connected. This is why starting university, accepting a new job, or moving across the country often leads to unexpected friendships. You are not becoming a different person overnight. You are simply entering a new environment filled with repeated interactions that allow fresh relationships to develop. Every new routine introduces new people, while some older connections naturally receive less time and attention. At the same time, these transitions reveal which friendships have grown beyond convenience. Some relationships were built almost entirely on shared circumstances. Once those circumstances disappear, so does the friendship. Others have developed enough trust, loyalty, and emotional depth that both people continue making the effort, despite busy schedules and physical distance. Those friendships stop depending on convenience and begin depending on commitment. Interestingly, life transitions also change who understands your experiences. A new parent may naturally become closer to other parents because they are facing similar challenges. Someone starting a business often connects with people who understand the uncertainty and pressure that come with entrepreneurship. Shared experiences create fresh opportunities for emotional understanding, allowing entirely new friendships to grow. Of course, these changes can feel bittersweet. Watching old friendships become less frequent often creates guilt or sadness. Many people assume someone must have stopped caring. In reality, both lives may simply be moving through demanding seasons that leave little room for maintaining every relationship exactly as it once was. The friendship changes because life changed, not necessarily because the affection disappeared. Perhaps the most comforting truth is that friendship networks are never completely fixed. Every transition closes certain doors while quietly opening others. Some old friends eventually return during later chapters of life. New relationships appear in places you never expected. The network continues evolving because you continue evolving. The hidden mathematics of friendship reveals that relationships are shaped not only by emotions, but also by the changing structure of everyday life. Every new chapter rearranges your routines, your opportunities, and the people you encounter most often. Some friendships grow stronger, some gently fade, and others begin when you least expect them. In the end, life transitions do not simply change where you are going. They quietly reshape the entire network of people who walk beside you on the journey. Why every friendship is a constantly changing equation. If you could freeze one perfect moment with a close friend, you might secretly hope the relationship would stay exactly like that forever. The conversations would always feel effortless. The laughter would never fade. The trust would never weaken. The connection would remain untouched by time. It is a comforting idea, but it is also one of the biggest illusions we have about friendship. The truth is that no friendship ever stands still. Whether you notice it or not, every relationship is constantly changing, adjusting, and rewriting itself with every conversation, every decision, and every shared experience. Most people think friendships either grow or fall apart. They imagine only two possible outcomes. Either the relationship becomes stronger or it slowly fades away. But reality is far more complex. Friendships are not moving in a straight line toward a fixed destination. They are living systems that constantly respond to the people inside them. As both friends change, the relationship changes with them. Imagine standing in the ocean. The water around your feet never looks very different from one moment to the next, yet every wave is new. The sea is constantly moving even though it appears familiar from a distance. Friendships behave in much the same way. They may feel stable, but beneath the surface they are always shifting through tiny moments that gradually reshape the bond. Your brain quietly updates its understanding of every friendship after each interaction. Every promise that is kept strengthens trust a little more. Every forgotten message weakens enthusiasm just a little. Every shared success creates another positive memory. Every misunderstanding introduces another challenge to overcome. None of these moments completely define the relationship on their own, but together they slowly change how your mind experiences that person. Psychologists have found that relationships are built through ongoing patterns rather than isolated events. Your brain is constantly looking for consistency. Does this person usually support me? Can I rely on them? Do I feel understood after spending time with them? The answers are never permanently fixed because every new experience adds another piece of information to the picture. Think about learning to play a musical instrument. Missing one practice session changes very little. Practicing regularly for months transforms your ability completely. Friendships follow a remarkably similar pattern. Individual moments rarely seem dramatic, but repeated behaviors slowly create entirely different relationships over time. This explains why two people can suddenly feel much closer without remembering the exact moment it happened. There was no single conversation that changed everything. Instead, hundreds of small interactions quietly accumulated until one day the friendship simply felt different. The same process works in reverse. Most friendships do not disappear overnight. They slowly change through missed opportunities, reduced communication, and fewer shared experiences until the distance becomes impossible to ignore. Interestingly, change is not something to fear. It is actually what allows friendships to survive. Imagine if two people never adapted to each other's changing lives. One starts a demanding career while the other becomes a parent. If both insisted on keeping the friendship exactly as it was years earlier, disappointment would become inevitable. Strong relationships survive because they adjust instead of resisting change. This flexibility also explains why some friendships become even stronger with age. As both people experience success, failure, heartbreak, and personal growth, they continue learning new versions of each other. The friendship evolves alongside them instead of becoming trapped in old expectations. What began as a simple connection eventually becomes a relationship capable of handling life's greatest challenges because it has adapted through every stage. Of course, not every change strengthens a friendship. Sometimes repeated disappointment replaces trust. Sometimes different values slowly create distance. Sometimes life simply leads two people toward entirely different futures. Even then, the relationship is still changing rather than suddenly ending. Every friendship is always moving somewhere, whether closer together or farther apart. Perhaps that is the most beautiful part of human connection. Friendships are never finished products. They are ongoing conversations between two lives that continue influencing one another every single day. Every kind word, every difficult conversation, every shared memory, and every act of forgiveness quietly changes the equation again. No relationship is ever exactly the same as it was yesterday, because neither person is exactly the same as they were yesterday. The hidden mathematics of friendship reveals that every bond is built from countless variables that never stop moving. Time changes people. Experiences change priorities. Emotions change perspectives. Every interaction adds a little, removes a little, or reshapes something that was already there. In the end, the strongest friendships are not the ones that somehow avoid change. They are the ones that continue solving life's constantly changing equation together, growing not because they stayed the same, but because they learned how to change side by side.